regular meeting of City Council for March 5th, 2024. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Harmon? Here. Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan?
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez? Mayor Rouse?
Here. Very good. And I believe we have some ceremonial items to read.
Item number 1, subject Divorce with Respect Week, March 4 to 8, 2024.
I'm ready. Okay, Divorce with Respect Week, March 4th through 8th, 2024. Whereas Collaborative Practice California, established in 2006, is a state-level nonprofit organization comprised of divorce professionals who help individuals with the collaborative divorce process, from dispute resolution methods to finding collaborative attorneys, mental health practitioners, and financial specialists. And whereas the United States, up to 50% of first marriages end in divorce, and the divorce rate for second and subsequent marriages is even higher. So it is in the best interest of society to find solutions that minimize the conflict and collateral damage that all too often accompanies divorce. And whereas choosing an out-of-court divorce process is widely understood to be the better for children of divorcing couples, one of the many benefits of the collaborative divorce process, which allows the couple to divorce in a more private, respectful, and dignified manner as they work with lawyers, child specialists, mental health professionals, and financial coaches to craft their own agreements. And whereas the collaborative law process is recognized in the California Family Law Code Section 2013 as an alternative to adversarial judicial intervention, a reflection of the organization's history of encouraging out-of-court dispute resolutions and helping couples manage their divorce and untie the knot with respect. And whereas many Divorce with Respect Week leaders reside in the city of Santa Barbara, and collaborative divorce professionals throughout Santa Barbara and the state of California are joining together to offer free divorce informational consultations during Divorce with Respect Week, March 4th through 8th, 2024. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim March 4th through 8th, 2024 as Divorce with Respect Week. And I'd encourage the divorcing couples to familiarize themselves with local resources and professionals who can help them through the divorce process with dignity and mutual respect. So, congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Just to say that there are lots of different ways to get divorced. Litigation is obviously a common one and a very difficult one, but there are a lot of other ways, including mediation and collaborative divorce, the goal of which are to really help keep the family intact and minimize the conflict. Thank you, Mayor Rouse.
All right, thank you. And then we have a second item to read.
Item number 2, subject Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
So, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Renee Irely, Assistant City Administrator. As you know, at the beginning of the month, we celebrate service milestones for all of our staff, and so I'd like to read the list of this month's anniversaries. With 5 years, we have Alyssa Sarkis, Police Officer, the Police Department. Renee Sandoval Herrera, Streets Maintenance Worker 2, Public Works. Caitlin Smith, Laboratory Analyst 2, Public Works. With 10 years of service, Jennifer Disney Dixon, Senior Buyer with Finance Department. Sarah Clark, Public Works Manager, Public Works. Ryan Ortega, Senior Airport Operations Specialist with the airport. Mark Stouter, Waterfront Vessel Technician with the Waterfront Department. With 20 years, we have Sarah Connect, our Interim City Administrator. Allison DeBusk, City Planner with Community Development. Brian Ricci, fire captain with the fire department. Bill Kavanaugh, firefighter, fire department. George Martinez, fire captain, fire department. Dennis Diaz, the public information technology manager with the police department. Christopher Payne, the police lieutenant with the police department. And with 25 years, we have Adam Zeitz, project engineer 2 with Public Works, and Frank Cruz, wastewater collection system operator 2 with the Public Works department. So again, congratulations to all of our wonderful team, including Sarah. Thank you.
So no ring, no flowers, no champagne for Sarah? That's nice. And now you're back, Madam Administrator. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there is one change. Item number 3 will be pulled from the agenda.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
And with that, we have some items to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item number 4, subject to rescission of the prohibition of natural gas and new construction ordinance adoption. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by repealing chapter 22.110 prohibiting natural gas infrastructure in new buildings. Item number 5, subject proposed assignment of lease agreement number 360, Anchor Rose Lounge located downstairs at 113 Harbor Way, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the waterfront director to execute the consent to assignment of lease agreement number 28360, formerly known as agreement number 27073, with Captain's Cove LLC transferring 51% of Miss Amy Rose's capital interest to Mr. Brian Demini for the Anchor Rose Lounge located downstairs at 113 Harbor Way, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item number 6, subject proposed assignment of lease agreement number 28361, Anchor Rose Restaurant located upstairs at 113 Harbor Way, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the waterfront director to execute the consent to assignment of lease agreement number 28361, formerly known as agreement number 23328, with Captain's Cove LLC transferring 51% of Miss Amy Rose's capital interest to Mr. Brian Demini for the Anchor Rose Restaurant located upstairs at 113 Harbor Way, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item number 7, subject lease amendment with Stearns Wharf Company, DBA Moby Dick Restaurant, located at 220 Stearns Wharf, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the waterfront director to execute the amendment to lease agreement number 15309, formerly known as agreement number 10356 with Stearns Wharf Company, DBA Moby Dick Restaurant, deferring 3 months base rent with lease terms ending December 31, 2030, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item number 8, subject update reimbursement resolution for state revolving fund loan agreement for the Braemar Lift Station Rehabilitation Project resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara supplementing resolution number 20-086 declaring its official intent to reimburse capital expenditures paid prior to the approval of an amendment by the State Water Resources Control Board of a Clean Water State Revolving Fund installment agreement for the Braemar Lift Station Rehabilitation Project. Item number 9, subject amendment to professional services agreement for the evaluation of proposed development at Paseo Nuevo, resolution agreement. Recommendation that council, recommendation B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23-076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 for professional services for the evaluation of proposed development at Paseo Nuevo. Item number 10, subject proposed amendment to lease agreement, Item number 11, subject recruitment for city advisory groups. Recommendations. A, the city clerk's office will accept applications through Friday, Friday, April 5, 2024, at 5 p.m. to fill scheduled vacancies on various city advisory groups and the unscheduled vacancies resulting from resignations received in the city clerk's office through Wednesday, March 20, 2024, at 5 p.m. B, the city council will conduct in-person interviews of applicants for vacancies on various city advisory groups on Tuesday, April 23, 2024, at 4 p.m. estimated time, Tuesday, April 30, 2024, at 6 p.m. estimated time, and Tuesday, May 7, at 3 p.m. estimated time. And C, the city council will make appointments to fill the vacancies on various city advisory groups on Tuesday, June 11, 2024.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any items that anybody needs to pull on city council for discussion? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online that wants to speak to an item or pull an item for discussion on consent?
No,
Very
Mr.
good.
Mayor.
With that, I will entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
So moved by Harbin. Second by Friedman. May we have the vote tally, please?
There's a motion to approve the consent calendar by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Friedman? That's what I said. Yeah. Go ahead and vote.
I said three, actually. All right, thank you very much. Passed unanimously. We'll move on to the administrative, we'll move on to, hang on, public comment. Okay, we'll have general public comment for items that are not on the agenda for today and are within the purview of this body. We'll start out with Cole Cervantes. You have 3 minutes at the dais.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Luis Cervantes. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Do you have a presentation, Mr. Cervantes? Is that?
yes. Yes.
Evictions that's going on that really affected and impacted me and the people that lived in my building. My home was at Garden Street, and my landlord passed away, and then St. George took over the property. And since then, he didn't do anything to fix the property. It wasn't safe. But recently, as of probably late September, he started evicting some of my neighbors and increased my rent and some of the other rents, but when I did speak up about fixing things, he evicted all of us, 7 people in the unit. I've lived there 14 years. Since then, I had to fight him in mediation to get proper compensation, but even then, the 3-month relocation fee is not enough. I haven't found a place to live, so it makes it really difficult to work under these circumstances. I'm really nauseous and upset of what's going on. So, it's not easy. It hasn't been easy to find a place. And this shouldn't be happening. And I think we should do more to stop from this happening, because when you start looking for a place to live, everybody is hiking it up. It's totally using it as an excuse, and my place is still available. It's vacant. And I just ask if you could do something about it. We need more laws, more protection, and when you do speak up to the landlords, they evict you instead of doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcelo Ortiz.
Okay. I'm just gonna say that surprised me what this lady says, because I'm a senior painter, and I clearly remember that we went to do some work there in those units, and I remember when we went to this lady's unit, and she don't let us work. She says it's too early. They don't let us work, And I called my boss, and we tried to talk to her and to let her work there. And she says that if we want to be there, she's going to call the cops. And also we go back to the next day and start a little bit later at 8 in the morning. And the same thing happened. She didn't let us do any work there. And then my workers also are kind of like, they don't want to be in trouble with the cops or anything. So that's why we don't do any work.
All right.
But right now you can see the units. The units are like in really good conditions.
Thank you, that's the time, okay? Now, you are Cole Cervantes or Luis Cervantes?
Luis Cervantes.
You're Luis Cervantes?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a Cole Cervantes?
Thank you.
Something I want to pass out to you before I get started with the judgment.
So this is public comment, and you guys are welcome to do this, but
Well, I completely
but it's not,
understand.
okay, this is
Completely understand, Mr. Mayor.
not a hearing, so,
Understood.
okay.
Understood. Comments were made, and ultimately, we're here to clear those up. So you were shown the previous video to provide some context to what I'm about to tell you. To the point of the video, Ms. Guerrera, firstly, what she said is just totally false, period. We didn't evict anybody in a retaliatory manner like she portrayed. In 2022, we actually began receiving complaints from her fellow tenants that she was essentially running a business out of her apartment. Essentially, what she was doing was doing esthetician work, hosting wine tasting classes, other group-based events, oftentimes well late into the night. In itself, it's really disturbing to the other tenants and their quiet enjoyment of their spaces. And for a little more context, at 1514 Garden Street, it's a small complex, a lot of common walkways, common walls. And as landlords, we respect everyone has a right to live undisturbed. But it really didn't end there. She was also attempting to restrict the fellow tenants' use of a parking lot by renting spaces out. And ultimately, that's not really fair to our tenants. And ultimately, she's profiting in a way that she shouldn't. In fact, we were also, and as a result of this, we started a process to evict Ms. Guerrera. And we were on our way to an unlawful detainer, but ultimately we stopped short to utilize the city's rental housing mediation program. At no point were we really compelled to pay Ms. Guerrera anything, because we knew that we were in the right. But as a gesture of good faith and what I would characterize as a business decision, we ultimately arrived at a settlement pursuant to mediation with her, and all of us were seemingly content. Ms. Guerrera would leave the property for a sum of money, and she would agree to stop spreading lies on social media and public formats like the one you just saw. However, subsequent to that agreement, Ms. Guerrera did decide to make a bunch of untrue statements about Mr. St. George, our company, at previous city council meetings and to substantiate that, you have that judgment in front of you. Something that you need to understand is that Ms. Guerrera has been at odds with us from the very beginning. And like all the tenants that we inherited from the previous owner, Ms. Guerrera was content living at this place. And we take offense to the comments that Ms. Guerrera would make, that we made no attempt to improve the property, as you just heard from Luis. But fortunately, not all tenants are like Ms. Guerrera. We house over 2,200 tenants in the South Coast. And I can confidently say that 98% of our relationships, more than that, are mutually beneficial. And like most businesses, not everyone can be happy. But as a group, you typically get to hear from the outspoken 2% of unhappy tenants, as opposed to the 98% who are truly content and really have no incentive to come down here and tell you that they're happy and content with their arrangements. So, truthfully, nobody's really happy with high prices, and rents in California. I mean, we're not happy with it as landlords, but it's a product of living in the state of California. And even if 1% of
You're
the
right.
decisions
Your time's
of this
up, son.
council are based on the accounts of people like Patricia Guerrera, it's a step in the wrong direction.
Thank
you for your time.
Mr. St. George.
The reason we're here talking about Patricia Guerra is we call her one of the 2%ers. It's unfortunate, but the reason I'm up here is because it seems that there's a lot of potential for the council to make decisions based off of tenants like this. All right, we did everything we could to keep that building in good shape. She threatened to call the police on my painting crew not once, but twice. She made it so uncomfortable for them that they did not want to go back. And for her to portray us like that, my biggest fear is that landlords are getting lumped in one big ball. But what I really want to talk about today is, since this subject came up, and I didn't even know about this video until about a month ago, and this was after we had gone to court with her and asked her to stop, because even on social media, she still continues to this day. Her complaints actually were the reason we had to evict two of the other tenants, because the building department did come in and said, hey, you've got to clean this place up a little bit. So it's a little unfair that she said we started evicting people for that particular reason. What I wanted to do is talk about this. This project was to be my third community project, okay, in the South Coast. This is completely funded by myself. What we had actually initially thought for this project, this was going to be 67 low-income senior studios across the street from Alice Keck Park, Children's Park. My vision was for seniors to be able to come downtown, all right, at any given time, enjoy themselves at the park, all right, be involved with their grandchildren, also have the opportunity for parents to save some childcare expenses. I ended up hiring Hockhauser and Blatter. They are considered the senior housing specialist of California. I hired them. I was working with Rob Fredericks, getting some advice from him and some guidance, because this is what he does. All right, I wanted this project to go well. I also ended up working with Nicole Hernandez, because they are older buildings. After 6 months and over $300,000 in expenses, I presented this informally to the council. Some of you may remember this as Got Gardens. All right, I was excited and passionate about this project. Okay, when I was informed that Kristen Snedden would not only not support this project, but would absolutely oppose this project, we dropped the project, waited for the election. When she got reelected, at that point, we decided to go ahead, rehab the building, and sell it. It's currently for sale. My point is, we need housing, and this council versus builders has got to stop.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you know it's the truth.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. We're going to keep order in the House, please.
100%.
No more comments, please. Madam Clerk, do you have some speakers online for the general public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's currently 4 speakers. Aaron Ashland, Rex Uden, Alex Perez, and Fred Luchter. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I measured the line outside my business for what I'm assuming is to keep vehicles from parking too far into the driving lane. But it's 8.5 feet from the curb. But I believe that the parklet requirements that were put out by the city say that the K-rail could only be 6 feet from the curb. So I guess I'm just wondering why you would leave more room for a car to park there than you would for a business to operate a patio there. If this was a mistake or an oversight, please have the staff correct this mistake and give the businesses as much width as they can, which would make sense. Will the city be trying to hire someone to book festivals at the beach and to help fill our hotels so we can make more TOT? I would estimate that we could take in as much as $10,000 per large event at the beach, which would mean someone in this position would pay for themselves in under a year if they could just get back to where we were before COVID. I think this would be a wise investment in a great future, in future revenue for the city. Mr. Mayor, how many police officers are we short this week? I heard it's even worse than it was last year. Is this true? Isn't one of your main objectives actually, so if one of your main objectives is actually worse under your leadership in the last 2 years, maybe you could take some mayor classes or something. There were a couple of times last week when ambassadors called the police and they never responded. Thanks for keeping your word, Mr. Mayor. It makes things a lot easier on all the businesses and visitors not to have enough police to respond to calls for service. I know you didn't deal with it much over on Anacapa, but homeless people creating chaos on state is a very real thing. And we sure could use as many police as possible to hopefully prevent issues and damage to the buildings and businesses rather than just reacting to these situations. And on that note, if you come from the restaurant business, Mr. Mayor, if at the end of a meal someone complained about their dinner, you might give them their money back. I was wondering if you would consider doing the same here. Since you haven't done anything you said you've done for the last 2 years, would you be willing to give us your salary back? It's going to be hard to keep the police we do have, so maybe we could spread your salary around to the more senior officers in hopes that they don't transfer to another city. Please tell us how many police were short each week during your report, Mr. Mayor. This will help us judge if we need to buy a gun or if we need to be extra careful this week. Are you willing to show some leadership and lead by example? If you don't do the job, then you should give your money back, don't you think? You could also call Jason Harris. He might need to give his salary back also. Thank you, guys.
Next speaker, please.
Rex Uden, please go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I would like to request all documents and communications between your council and the Anti-Defamation League be made public. I have with me today the ADL toolkit that was sent to city councils across this nation in an attempt to restrict free speech. Freedom of speech, all speech, is protected by the Constitution and backed by many Supreme Court rulings which have ruled consistently that free speech cannot be restricted for, quote, hate, which is not a legal exception to the First Amendment. Hate speech is as protected as any speech because opposing political groups often characterize their enemies as being motivated by hate. The Brown Act also gives Californians the right to come to their city councils and speak their minds. The Constitution and First Amendment preserve the rights of our citizens to speak out against whatsoever they choose. It is not hateful to point out that 96% of American media is controlled by 6 Jewish corporations. It is not hateful to say that over 80% of Joe Biden's cabinet is Jewish. It is not hateful to go to NYC.
That's, you're wandering to, sir? What's that?
Can't cut them off.
Can I warn, okay, the speaker, will the speaker please not refer to ethnic groups, please, or make accusations that infer ethnic groups are involved? And you can continue your speech, please.
Okay, thank you for giving me my time. I do have a question, though, is if you have a problem with something that's going on, like this practice that I was speaking of, which I feel like is molestation, what am I supposed to do about it? How do I reach out? How do I speak out about it? You know, Muslims can't do the female genital mutilation because people.
Okay, that's enough.
Mayor Rouse, that's not an item that's within the jurisdiction of this body.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Can we finish that off? Yeah.
The speaker needs.
Madam Attorney, can I get a ruling on that, please?
Yeah, this is not within the jurisdiction of this body.
Okay, thank you. So, some other time, sir, when you can speak to something we have jurisdiction over. Next speaker, please.
Alex Perez, you can unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Hello, good afternoon. I had submitted a public speaker card for agenda item number 9, and I was not called on, but I'll make the comment here.
Well, that item is, you had your hand raised for item number 9, sir? So we've already voted on that.
Yeah, I did submit a public record, or I wanted to speak. I did submit a card, and I got a confirmation, and I was never called. So I will say my comment here. My name is Alex Perez. I'm a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the local area, live, work, and recreate in the vicinity of the project. I believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay prevailing wage, and utilize apprentices from the state certified apprenticeship training program.
Sir, you're still on the wrong item. That item's coming up on number 13.
Okay, perfect. So
You can reserve your time for then. Next speaker, please.
Fred Luchter, please go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, this is Fred Leuchter. My call is to speak on 2 issues. One is racist equity programs being used in local ordinances, and the other is the restriction of free speech being done across the nation at the behest of the Anti-Defamation League. These are both within your purview because you and other local governments use equity programs to decide how to distribute funds and opportunities. Using race as a factor in any of these discussions or ordinances is racism. It's racist, it's illegal, and affirmative action was just struck down after 30 years of being in effect and damaging many people's lives over race. I would ask that you please look at these equity programs and understand that they will be thrown out just the same in only a matter of time. How many lives will you damage in the meantime? And next, to speak on free speech, we have a movement going on right now in our country, with the ADL claiming that free speech criticizing Jews is somehow threatening and hurtful to the point they have to be scared and they can't participate and so on. I want to remind everyone, if they've never heard of it, the Holodomor was done to Christians. There were 30 million Christians slaughtered, genocided, an ethnic cleansing done by the Jewish Bolsheviks to the Christians. But you don't hear the Christians every time they are criticized talking about the Holodomor and being scared about being in public and stuff like that. Every
Mr.
time
Mayor,
you
this
hear
is
about
outside the
Sir,
scope
can
of
I
this
interrupt you
body.
1 minute, sir? Madam Attorney?
This is outside the scope of this body, and it doesn't need to be heard.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you are on the, we ask that you stay within the scope of this body's jurisdiction.
Hi, this is Fred Lo.
Next speaker, please.
Molly Cockner, please unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Phenomenal. My goodness. I wanted to speak today about the decrease in the amount of police officers that we have. I believe that we have an issue with not only retention, but also with making people even want to go into that field. As a woman of small stature who works nights, it's uncomfortable to walk to my car at night, and it just keeps getting more and more uncomfortable. And I believe that as a community, there's things that we can do about this. Number one, I think there should be some sort of incentive, more so than, the small amount that police officers are making, but also there has to be something to entice them into staying in this field. Other things that we could do is maybe some sort of neighborhood watch program, but really one thing that I think would just set the bar so much higher is reinstating the Naturalization Act of 1790 and sending these savage niggers back to Africa.
Okay.
Cut it off.
All right. Well, let's move on from public comment, shall we? Another one of those days.
Mr.
We'll
Mayor?
go to Madam Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if there's additional public comment, we could hear it at the end of the meeting.
I'm sorry, one more time.
If there's additional members of the public that wish to speak, we'll hear it at the end of the meeting.
Right. Okay. All right, very good. So that's it on the queue for the speakers, is that correct? Okay, very good. Let's move on to council member committee assignment reports. Anyone? Do you have one, Ms. Nedden? Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, yesterday I attended the youth council meeting, and I just want to give them a shout out for all the hard work they're doing representing the youth in our community. I'm really proud of them. They're even here in the audience today during school hours, so I really appreciate you all making that effort. So thank you for that. And I believe that's all I got for today.
Okay, very good. And Ms. Nedden, did you have something? No. Okay, very good. All right, with that, we will move on to item 12. Would you read the item, please, Madam Clerk?
Item number 12, subject proposed municipal code amendments pertaining to safe firearm storage in the city of Santa Barbara, ordinance introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding chapter 9.35 regarding safe storage of firearms.
All right, very good. If you'd like to make your presentation, and please introduce yourself when you do, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and council members. I am Nicole Morgan, Recreation Specialist with the Parks and Recreation Department and Staff Liaison to the Santa Barbara Youth Council. Before I present our Youth Council members who are here today, I would like to take a brief moment to offer a background to the work that they have accomplished. In January of 2023, several Youth Council members expressed serious concern about the false bomb threats and false shooter calls that took place between September 2022 and January 2023. Following these events, the Youth Council requested a presentation from Moms Demand Action. The proposed municipal code amendments pertaining to safe firearm storage in Santa Barbara appearing on the agenda today is monumental for the Youth Council, not only because of the potential impact it has in creating a safer community, but because tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary since the Youth Council received the presentation from Moms Demand Action highlighting the importance of firearm safety and storage. On April 8th, 2023, the Youth Council hosted the annual Youth Speak Out, where several teen attendees spoke on growing gun violence concerns, paired with concerns pertaining to increases in weapon-related offenses on school campuses, despite no involvement of real firearms. The Youth Council received overwhelming encouragement and support from event panelists, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, Councilmember Kristen Sneddon, and Chief Gordon, to pursue taking actions on measures that would call for more gun safety, including the ordinance that is before you today. I am deeply honored and proud to present Tiago Eckstein, Chair of the Santa Barbara Youth Council, and Amelia Vandermate, Chair of the Ad Hoc Safe Firearm Storage Subcommittee, who will provide a detailed presentation today.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. I will now be going over a brief presentation outline. We will begin the presentation with discussing the background of the ordinance and the work we've been doing on it over this past year. We will then move on to its purpose and intent. The timeline of the ordinance was included in the council report but will not be discussed in the presentation today. We will then move on to discussing the safe storage of firearms in a residence and in vehicles, as well as the penalty of violating the ordinance. We will finalize the presentation with the next steps we will be taking to pursue this campaign and our recommendation as a youth council. Thank you.
In recent years, gun violence has affected people across our country and in our community, especially youth, in more extreme ways than ever before. Firearms are an increasingly present threat, especially at schools and to young people where they're present in their homes. Since 2020, firearm-related injuries became the leading cause of death for children and teens in the United States. 64%, which is a 64% increase from 2019 and a 30% increase in unintentional deaths. Easier access to firearms, easier access to firearms, school closures during the pandemic, and record high gun sales have led to an increase in the amount of weapons brought to school and the amount of children and teens that are harmed by gun violence. In our own community, the Santa Barbara Unified School District observed a 41% increase in weapons-related incidents. Municipal Code Chapter 9.35 recommended to further the following: the protection of public health, safety, and general welfare, and a reduction in the risk of self-inflicted firearm-related injuries and unintentional firearm-related injuries among children and teens. In short, safely stored firearms would prevent children and teens from accessing life-threatening weapons.
In spring of 2023, we hosted the Youth Speak Out. We invited over 25 youth from our community to come ask questions to and engage with local leaders from our community, such as council members Gutierrez and Sneddon, Chief Gordon, and Director of Move SB, Heather Deutsch. It was a really successful event, and we got lots of feedback from youth in our community about what issues are most important to them. Gun violence and firearm safety was the top issue that we discussed during the event, and we received lots of feedback and interest from our attendees. This is really what kickstarted this whole process of writing this ordinance and what showed us that the youth in our community really care about this issue. In November of 2023, we hosted a special youth council meeting to approve the proposal of the ordinance to the Parks and Recreations Commission. We had a really big turnout from a variety of members of our community, especially Moms Demand Action, and students and some of our peers gave really powerful public comment supporting the ordinance. It really showed us that our community supports this ordinance and really thinks it will help make our community safer.
The ordinance before you states that it is unlawful for a person to keep a firearm in any residence unless the firearm is stored in a locked container and is disabled with a trigger lock, except when the firearm is carried upon the person who owns the firearm, when cleaning or maintaining the firearm, or when using the firearm for lawful self-defense. Additionally, the ordinance states that it is unlawful for a person to leave a firearm in an unattended vehicle unless the firearm is stored in a locked container in the trunk of the vehicle disabled by a trigger lock, and for vehicles with no trunk, in a locked container disabled by a trigger lock and out of sight from the public.
The ordinance does not apply to antique, permanently disabled firearms. The ordinance also provides an exception to the storage requirements for peace officers defined under the California Penal Code. The California Penal Code, Section 2520, requires reporting a firearm that has been lost or stolen to local authorities within 5 days at the time they knew, or reasonably should have known, that the firearm had been lost or stolen.
Any person who violated any mandatory provision of this chapter shall be guilty with an offense punishable in accordance with Chapter 1.28 of the Code. At most, a misdemeanor with a $1,000 fine, imprisonment of up to 6 months, or both, or an infraction with a $100 fine and increased fines for additional violations. Once the ordinance is put into effect, the Youth Council will collaborate with groups such as Moms Demand Action, the Santa Barbara Unified School District, the Santa Barbara Police Department, and the Santa Barbara Police Activities League to conduct community outreach, which would include working with local media agencies and using our social media platforms to spread awareness about the ordinance, in addition to putting up printed flyers at places like local firearm stores. And then working with Moms Demand Action to create free gun lock distribution events and further spread awareness, as well as collaborating with school districts and the police department to provide youth, parent, and community education on the issue.
We would also like to emphasize the importance of social media as a tool to really spearhead this community outreach campaign and really be able to connect with teens in our community about this issue and about the ordinance. Our recommendation is that council introduce and subsequently adopt an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Title IX of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding Chapter 9.35 pertaining to safe firearm storage in the city of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
All right, very good. Nice presentation. Are there questions from council? Seeing no questions, we can go forth to public comment. I see a few commenters out there, I think so. I'll start out with, there we are, Kendall Pata.
It's not often you get a round of applause, so I'll take it.
And you have 3 minutes at the dais, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And hello, everyone. My name is Kendall Pata. I'm the local group lead for Moms Demand Action here in Santa Barbara. We are a national grassroots advocacy group fighting to end gun violence. I'm also a mother and a gun violence survivor. And I want to sincerely thank the Youth Council for bringing this legislation forward. We've been with you every step of the way, and we are extremely proud to be here in support. And I don't think it should be lost on anyone that it's our youth who have brought forth this legislation today. They know that gun violence is the leading cause of death for themselves and their peers. They are literally fighting to save their own lives, and it's our job as adults to keep them safe. Last month, I was listening to NPR on the news, and there had been a drone strike in Jordan, and the United States sadly lost 3 servicemen. And the journalist went on to say that this strike was one of the deadliest attacks on servicemen abroad in several years. And I just couldn't help but think that meanwhile, on American soil, our children are dying every day from gun violence. Every day. Over 100 people die every day from gun violence. Every year, nearly 350 children unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. And every year, more than 700 children die by gun suicide. That's all because they have access to a firearm they never should have had access to. So how can it be that our servicemen and women who bravely fight for our country remain safer than our own children? How can it be deadlier to be a child and go to school than it is to serve in the active military? This is unacceptable, and our children don't have to live like this, and they sure don't have to die this way. Our youth are demanding that we as adults take responsibility, and we can end this gun violence epidemic, and this safe storage ordinance is one of the easiest ways we can do that. So I really urge the council to consider this life-saving legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know we're all pretty excited about this, but I really like to keep the applause and whatnot down, if you don't mind. Thank you. Jenny Schatzlip is the next speaker. If I got that name right?
Hi, it was early release, so the kids had to come. Now they
Yeah,
want to come
that's
out.
all right.
Come on. Hi, my name is Jenny Schatzel. I am a Santa Barbara small business owner. I am obviously also a mother of 6-year-old twins, and I'm a part of Moms Demand Action. So I would just like to, same thing, speak on behalf. You all are amazing. Thank you to our youth council. And just a quick anecdote, actually not, it's a real life story. A couple years ago when I joined Moms Demand Action, the first question they asked in the meeting was, when your kids go on a play date, do you ask if there's firearms in the house, and if so, are they safely stored? I had actually never thought of this. I'm not a gun owner. I'd never thought to ask the question. And so I put it on social media, and I asked, do you guys ask when your kids go on play dates? And I had a woman message me and say, well, my husband has a gun. It's kind of his thing, but we have 2 small children in the house. And I said, that's fine, but is the gun safely stored? She said, you know, I don't know. An hour later, she messaged me and said, our gun was loaded in a shoebox under our bed in Santa Barbara with 2 small children. And she had no idea. Every time my kids go on a play date, I send a text and I say, I know this can be an uncomfortable conversation, but I'm part of Moms Demand Action, and I'm wondering, as the girls come over, do you have any firearms? And if so, are they safely stored? I cannot tell you how many times the response has been so fantastic that people say, thank you for asking this. Oh my gosh, I need to be asking this. We need to be having this conversation, because every time we talk about it, every time we ask it, every time an ordinance goes in place, it brings up the conversation and people start thinking, I should be doing that. I should be asking that. Are my guns safely stored? We also tabled a festival here in town, and we gave away 300 locks, which is amazing. And also, are there 300 people who aren't locking up their guns? In a Johns Hopkins report, it said that 51% of gun owners do not safely store their guns. And that was people who gave the answer themselves. So as we are here today, we are asking that you pass this ordinance and we keep this conversation active and alive, and that all of us are a part of this for their future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we love your visual aids. That worked out really well. Megan Palmer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Megan Palmer. I started Students Demand Action, I started Students Against Gun Violence, a student-led club at Dos Pueblos High School. And I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to testify in support of this ordinance. I, like so many others, am tired of seeing a constant stream of preventable deaths caused by firearms. My family has been directly impacted by unsafe gun storage. My cousin committed suicide during his senior year of high school using his parents' unlocked gun. He lived in Seattle, Washington, which didn't have any safe storage laws in 2017 when he died. He had a bright future ahead of him, and had he not had access to that gun, there's a good chance that he would be alive to see it. Though this ordinance may not stop many suicide attempts, it will stop lots of suicide deaths, as firearms are by far the most lethal method of suicide. They make up only 5 to 6% of attempts, but they make up over half of suicide deaths, according to Dr. Nedstat from the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. This ordinance will keep guns out of the hands of many teens and children, and if it gives just one of them another chance at life, it will all be worth it. Furthermore, this should be a bipartisan ordinance. It does not take away anybody's guns, it does not take away anybody's rights, but it will still make our community and our youth safer. Similar ordinances exist in other parts of the country and across our state, and it's time we take action to protect our community as well. Though this will not eliminate gun deaths entirely, this ordinance will be an important step in reducing them. If it just saves one life, it will all be worth it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael. The only name I have on the slip is Michael here. There's probably somebody named Michael out there. All right. Let's see, Libertad Kudatz.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Libertad Karetz, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. A Latina, a former teacher, a wife, a mother to 2 beautiful boys, and a survivor of gun violence and domestic violence. Sorry, I'll try not to cry too much. Today, I'm here to speak to the importance of passing the safe storage ordinance. Speaking to domestic violence, here's an alarming statistic. 2/3 of women killed by an intimate partner are killed with a gun. In these cases, safe storage becomes a lifeline for these victims and a means to reclaim control and ensure the safety of their homes. This ordinance would help keep guns out of the hands of abusive partners. In our community, easy access to firearms by a person in an at-risk situation poses a significant threat not only to themselves, but to our schools, the students, faculty, and staff alike. Statistically, we know that most children and young adults get their firearms from their home or the home of a family member or friend. This has created an environment of fear, not only for our children, but for teachers, staff, and other community members alike. And as any mother in this room can tell you, the fear lives in all of our hearts each time we drop off our precious children at school and are confronted with the thought that we just don't know if it could be the last time we see our babies. What once was a place where we sent our children to learn, play, and feel safe has now become a place of concern, all because someone could have easy access to a firearm. Let me close by saying that implementing secure storage measures is not an infringement on rights. It is a commitment to the safety of all members of our communities. By advocating for responsible gun ownership, we foster an environment where vulnerability is not synonymous with danger. It's about striking a balance between our Second Amendment rights and our responsibility to protect the lives that those rights touch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to have Chief Gordon say a couple of words, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. First, I want to start by expressing my sincere appreciation, gratitude, and just pure thanks for the presentation, all of the work that the Youth Council has done on this. I was privileged enough to be there at the April event when this all started and seeing this go through the process, and I'm hoping at the end of this presentation get to the finish line. Really remarkable work on behalf of the Youth Council. The Police Department looks forward to partnering with the Youth Council as we move forward with PAL, as well as with the Youth Council and how we can educate the public and really get this word out, distribute more gun locks, and really emphasize the need for safe storage. So we're happy to be here. I'm happy as the chief to be part of this and to encourage you to continue to speak out. As I said that day, we need your voice to know what is important to our youth and to our community. You are our future, so thank you very much for all of your work on this. So appreciate it, and we look forward to partnering as we move forward, so thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And are there any speakers online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. With that, it comes back to council for comment. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll just re-articulate what I said at Ordinance Committee, that is just such impressive work by our Youth Council in bringing forward the voice of your community, our community, and being proactive and brave and articulate and getting community support and really going through the process. This has been actually very humbling in how you have carried through with this, and very grateful for what you have brought forward.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
I really want to commend you for being so brave, and this is a very touchy subject for a lot of people. And it really takes this younger generation to make adults stop and think and make this world a better place. I come from a generation where guns were in the homes. And the culture that I come from, it's not something we really ask questions. I come from a generation of high school students that you were either in a gang, suicides started to become popular, or you went to the military. So those that came back from the military or were involved in the gang culture, those that were around them, it was something that we would see but we never questioned. And as we start to get older and we had families, guns were always around us. But I think we started to see how we wanted to impact our younger generation. And to see this ordinance come through, it makes me really, really happy. And to see this younger generation take a stand to make the little ones, their world, a lot safer. So thank you so much. I don't have children, but I have a niece and a nephew that in our family, we had to have that conversation. And we do ask parents when the kids go to different homes if they, own guns, and that conversation is now something that we can sit at the table and have that conversation. So thank you, and I'm really proud of the youth of Santa Barbara and Moms Demand Action, because having that support from the adults and law enforcement, I think it makes it a lot easier to come and sit in front of City Council. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And very similar comments to what we just heard from our two colleagues. It is absolutely remarkable what our youth council has done here. And to have the public outreach and to go through the process of working on drafting an ordinance, to bringing it to us, to ordinance committee and here today, I just thank you so much. And as Councilmember Gutierrez said, you probably saw I was getting a little emotional during the comments, and I couldn't help thinking, you said you're doing this for you and your peers. I have young kids. I have a 6-year-old, a 2-year-old, and about to have another baby. You are making my life easier. You're doing this for my children. So knowing that you had that foresight, it's not just for yourselves. You did something huge for my kids, for all the kids in our community. It's just, thank you. Really, really thank you. I cannot tell you as a mother how destabilizing it is to drop your child off at school and think about where the classroom is in relation to the entrances, to have those conversations when you're out with your children's classmates' parents. I mean, I know we all do it. I'm looking at Moms Demand. We have all had these conversations. I just had it again this weekend. And for you to be bringing this forward, I thank you, truly. And to Moms Demand as well. I know this took a little bit longer than we would have wanted, but the process just couldn't have been more effective. And the awareness that was raised through your work, bringing it forward this way is imperative. And I'm very excited to be voting yes today. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to congratulate the Youth Council. That was an outstanding presentation and just excellent preparation over many months. In addition to not only impacting the change, each member of you on the Youth Council has learned how the process works in our government to actually make the change. To actually, when you're outside and you're protesting or you're raising issues, eventually has to come inside into the chambers no matter where they are, here at City Council, state legislatures, and there's a whole process. And today you really understand what that process is. Your presentation was concise and clear, your goals, and really spoke to us. And I'll echo all the comments I heard from my colleagues, and I'll just add, in addition to what Councilmember Harmon said about you're doing this for her kids. I have 2 sons. They're in high school as well, locally here, and you're also doing it for the parents, because I have been up here during council meetings, and I've been at my other job, and I look at my phone because it's an alert. You can tell, and I look during a council. It actually happened, I think a week or a couple weeks ago, and you get these alerts that says the school's on lockdown, and it's just really really disturbing, and you don't know how to react because that's your kids and what's going on. The schools do as good a job as they can of updating all the parents. And this is actually for the parents too, for every parent. So it's, I just want to thank you. And, you know, it's happened not once, not twice, it's happened multiple times where I've had to be up here at council. And hopefully this will stop or at least reduce it. And I really want to thank you and all of your colleagues who weren't able to make it today.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, touchy subject or not, the disturbing trend of gun use, either gun violence or fatal gun use, and particularly in historical places of safety, in homes, churches, schools, places where we congregate, concerts, nightclubs. Anything we can do to address that at our level is an absolute must. And it's also, as everybody else has said, it's so appropriate for children or teens, I'll categorize you guys as teens, to be leading this charge because you're on the front line of the consequences many times. And it's it's refreshing to see you saying we're not going to sit back and let a bunch of old guys not pass legislation that should be passed and take the matter into your hands. I'll say what I said again at Ordinance Committee, which generated a couple emails, but I just believe it. And to me, this action is one that any responsible firearm owner should embrace and jump at the chance to provide a bit of a remedy, because at best, it's an inconvenience. Or I mean, at worst, it's an inconvenience. At best, it's a remedy to a problem that if I was a gun owner or my son-in-laws who have guns, certainly wouldn't want on their conscience that either their unlocked up gun was stolen, their child got to an unsecured gun, or some other type of incidents. I'd also like to congratulate you and particularly appreciate the extensive menu of outreach and education that you guys have listed. You have not fallen prey to one of the easy outs, which is, hey, we got this passed, let's go do something else. You recognize that there's still work to be done and you're willing to do the work, and that's not a connection that usually a lot of people make. I give you an extra 2 cents in there too, in addition to your list, and give you a personal offer. I think there's some neighborhood groups and business groups that would give up 10 or 15 minutes at a board meeting to, and if you're looking for somebody to guide you along to that, like Visit Santa Barbara, Downtown Santa Barbara, the South Coast Chamber and neighborhood groups, I'll put my white MDA faux flag hat on and come join you in that effort. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to thank my colleagues for all the great perspectives and kind words, and again, just thank the Youth Council for your efforts. You all really carry this through, and also Moms Demand Action. You're all what I kind of picture Santa Barbara when I think about the community that we're in and how much we care about each other and how much we consider this city to be a special place. And again, just thank you, and I appreciate your efforts.
So we get a lot of presentations and a lot of attempts at advocacy, and as you heard from our former speakers, it's not always quite as well done. Maturely done or is pleasant, so I have to say that was really well done. And with that, we should probably have a motion. Anybody want to make a motion on this one?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez makes a motion to
move forward with staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Ms. Sneddon. Madam Clerk, may we have the vote? Place your bets. Let's see what this turns out to be.
There's a motion by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon for the staff recommendation. Please go ahead and vote.
Now you may applaud. That was sure a lot more fun than the rest of the day has been so far. Let's move on to the next item. If you read the next item, please.
Yes. Item number 13, subject Paseo Nuevo redevelopment resolution agreement. Recommendation B, that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara declaring designated parcels of city-owned property to be exempt surplus land pursuant to subparagraph J of paragraph 1 of subdivision F of California Government Code section 54221 Paseo Nuevo.
All right, very good. And I think it's going to be a rather popular item to speak on, so I'm going to ask that speaker slips be turned in by 3:15, as well as online hands raised by 3:15 on item 13. All righty? And we'll begin with, Ms. Harris, are you doing this? Wow. That was impressive.
We're going to have our consulting team from Strategic Economics and the Maxima Group present today.
Yeah. I thought you got up to speed pretty quick on that. That's great. Very good.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry for the delay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Again, I want to introduce ourselves. I'm Dina Belzer with Strategic Economics, and I'm here with my colleague, Pat Flynn from the Maxima Group. And today we'll be talking to you about the Paseo Nuevo project. And so with that, we'll dive in. Just to give you an overview, we have 6 items on our agenda, but we're going to go through them relatively quickly. Just to review for anybody who wasn't aware the direction that you gave us in September about how to move forward with this project. We want to review a little bit about the situation with Paseo Nuevo and the current lessee. We will be reviewing the Surplus Lands Act exemption and the project agreement to discuss what these documents are, what they mean, what the implications are. We'll give you a progress update on the work that we've been doing since I was here with you in September, and talk about early findings and next steps. So that's the overview. So just to remind you that I was here with you in September to introduce the project and to talk about some of the metrics that we would be using for financial analysis. And you gave us very clear directions, and us referring to the consultant team and city staff. You agreed that we would initiate discussions with Alliance Bernstein, the lessee, that we would, with the goal ultimately of getting to a development and disposition agreement. So that's the end game here. That we heard from all of you that housing was a major priority, and again, we've been continuing to get that feedback from the public in the last few days. That we would explore the number of affordable housing units that could be produced at varying levels of affordability, understanding that affordability would cover a spectrum of incomes, that we would maintain transparency throughout the process. So that's part of our goal being here today, is to have a transparent process so you know what all is being discussed. Again, to talk about the concept of a fee transfer, which the council confirmed that in the process of approving the final disposition and development agreement, that you also would be amenable to doing a transfer of the fee of the land that's owned by Santa Barbara. So there are 2 actions that you will be asked to take today. One is to approve a resolution for the Surplus Lands Act exemption for all of the city-owned land at Paseo Nuevo. So this is not just about the lessee or the 2 leases that are controlled by Alliance Bernstein, but they would be relevant to the entire project. So this is a one and done kind of thing. And the second is to approve a project agreement between the city and Alliance Bernstein. And we'll go into the details of that in a minute. But before we do that, we just want to remind people a little bit about the Paseo Nuevo itself and why this particular project is important. So first of all, this site is a key anchor in the middle of the city center sub-area for the State Street Master Plan. It's intended to really catalyze development in this area, which would include a lot of civic activities. So this project, if it can move forward quickly, would really help to start to address the goals of the master plan, even in a way before before the plan is adopted. Second, this redevelopment of the Alliance Bernstein leasehold would allow for the right sizing of the amount of retail space that's on State Street. In the analysis that was done for the State Street Master Plan, we know that there is a lot of retail space, and this would eliminate some that's already unused and repurpose it. And finally, I think very importantly, this sends an early market signal that the city of Santa Barbara is open for business and supporting redevelopment on State Street, that the city has a vision for State Street and the city is willing and able to move forward with that vision. To remind you all, that Alliance Bernstein is the biggest lessee on the site. They hold 2 leases. One is the Macy's space, which is here, and this building is vacant. And then the other is the shop space along the mall, which Alliance Bernstein has been working very hard to maintain as occupied, even with short-term leases. The surplus, while, as I said earlier, the Surplus Lands Act exemption includes the entire site, the project agreement is relevant only to the Alliance Bernstein leases, so to the area outlined in blue here. Alliance Bernstein also has a lease on the Otts Parma site, but that's not a part of the project agreement. So who is Alliance Bernstein? Alliance Bernstein is a lender. They're not a developer, and that makes this kind of deal very different from what you might ordinarily see from a developer who would come in with a project where they have purchased land or put in an option on land with a specific intent, and they have already developed what their vision is and begun to work out their numbers. Alliance Bernstein has characterized themselves as an unintentional leaseholder because they made a loan to the prior leaseholder, expecting that the prior leaseholder would move forward with improvements to the mall, and the prior leaseholder then defaulted on that loan, and Alliance Bernstein is then left holding the lease. In 2022, when this happened, Alliance Bernstein came to the city and said, what's your vision for this? We didn't acquire this land. We didn't enter into this lease agreement with the intent of changing the property, but we see the value of it. And they've heard the message loud and clear about the preference for housing and other kinds of community benefits and the need to really address housing affordability. So they are really working to embrace the city's vision in moving the project forward. Just to remind you all a little bit about the AB lease and why they need to enter into this agreement with the city around the fee transfer, is that the lease itself splits the interests between Alliance Bernstein, who holds the interest they own, essentially the buildings or the improvements on the site, and the city owns the land. So the lease term is only for 41 years, and while that seems like a long time, that term is actually insufficient to amortize the amount of investment that would be required to redevelop the site. So without terminating the lease, and merging together AB's and the city's interests, the city could face 41 years of Alliance Bernstein holding on to or shuffling the leasehold to some other lessee with a lease that does not allow for residential development. So it's really important to realize that both the lease term is not long enough, and also the lease terms are very restrictive, and they are at this point out of step with the vision for State Street. So just so you know what we all have been up to and kind of what the timeline looks like for this project, again, Alliance Bernstein came to meet with the city when they took possession of the lease in 2022, and they also brought on a developer, the Georgetown Company. So they actually have nuts and bolts expertise for development on their team. And then they met with city staff to take what we're calling a first look. What would the city want? What's the preference? And that's where this conversation around housing has come up. Then I came to you in September on behalf of staff, and we got the direction that you gave us earlier. And then starting in October, the AB team and the city team began to talk about a capacity analysis and what we're calling a rough order of magnitude. That's what ROM stands for, rough order of magnitude financial model, just so we on the city side would have an understanding of what the financial performance of this project was looking like, and to understand where the Alliance Bernstein team was coming from, just to sort of set the starting point. The consultant team, and Pat will go through this with you all in more detail, but the consultant team worked to sort of understand generally what the logic was behind what Alliance Bernstein was doing, and to look for major stress points in the deal. One of the big stumbling blocks that was uncovered as part of this process was that without an exemption from the Surplus Lands Act, the project couldn't go forward. So being proactive, and again, really wanting to keep the project moving as quickly as possible, staff submitted a request to HCD in January for their review and approval of this request for an exemption, and HCD did grant that request in February. So this is a huge step forward. And today we are again asking for your approval on this project agreement and on the Surplus Lands Act exemption. So what is the Surplus Lands Act? So this is a state law that requires public agencies at all levels to give affordable housing developers what is essentially the right of first refusal to acquire property that's no longer needed for the key mission of that agency. And so if this Paseo Nuevo fee interest that the city owns were subject to the Surplus Lands Act, the city would be required to put it out for reuse as housing, but the improvements above it are owned by AB, and there would be no way that the city could move forward with any development. So without this exemption, there's no way that the project could be redeveloped. So that is the purpose of the Surplus Lands Act. It's a little bit circular. I've started thinking of it as a catch-22, right? Because you can't go forward. So this is why the exemption is necessary. Now let's talk about the project agreement. I want to really stress that the project agreement is a first step and a starting point. This is not an agreement about a project. There's no development program. There is a project description here, but it is a rough project description. It's really intended to convey that Alliance Bernstein understands the city's commitment to housing. But this agreement that's before you today is really a process. It lays out how the process will work. It lays out the agreements between the two parties around going forward in good faith and to have a completely transparent project. So information, again, that has already come up, for example, around the potential to put into place the state density bonus law. That's in the project agreement. It's acknowledged in the project agreement, so everybody knows what is on the table as a potential action, but there are no firm actions in here except to continue to work together in good faith and to work towards the idea of a fee transfer upon completion of a development and disposition agreement. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Pat, who will walk you through an update on the process and what we found going through our preliminary analysis.
Thanks, Dina. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Pat Flynn from the Maxima Group, and I've been working closely with Dina and city staff on the Paseo Nuevo project. So I want to tell you a little bit what we've been up to since last time we were here. I want to report that the partnership between the two parties, AB and the city staff and consulting team, has been working very, very well. We have met weekly since the initial kickoff in September. In addition to that, we have 2 sub-working groups that deal with specialty issues, and right now those working groups are focused on project finance and entitlements, very important topics for moving forward. We're pleased to report that AB has been very transparent with us about their goals and what they are using for transaction assumptions. And this is important because we have been transparent with them as well, and that is a major theme for how we want to work through this entire process. And I think most important of all is that we share goals, and one of those goals is that we really want to try to accelerate the timeline for developing this process to the extent that it's possible. The city wants to act quickly because of the key nature of this project and redevelopment on State Street. AB as a lender is supporting the project and the feasibility process, but that cannot continue indefinitely. So we share the goal of moving forward in the fastest way possible. So an initial step is that AB shared with us their financial model, and feasibility has been a key factor of how we've looked at this proposal. So they shared the model with us. We reviewed that model. We created our own model to make sure that the logic and the assumptions were all tracking according to what we know from market results. And the model is used to kind of stress test what the particular project configuration might be. So this is really the beginning. It's like the starting gun for considering what variations on a theme may come forward as this project continues to develop. So here's our initial findings. I'm pleased to say that AB's assumptions that they used in their model are all very consistent with what we found in the market. We did independent market research to make sure their thumb wasn't on the scale in any way, shape, or form. But this is a very, very challenging market for development projects. We have high interest rates, which is affecting feasibility. We have very high construction costs and high construction inflation, and that is also affecting the feasibility of projects that are in the planning stages right now. If you see projects coming out of the ground today, understand that these were entitled and financed several years ago when costs were lower and interest rates were lower. And projects that are in the approval pipeline today probably will not be ready to be financed and actually constructed until a few years from now. So the sense of urgency means that we're coming forward in a very challenging time. So based on the assumptions and based on our stress tests with our independent model, the current project description appears to be infeasible, financially infeasible. And this is not unusual. It's very, very typical for the first pass at any project, and it's especially typical in today's environment, as I mentioned, because of the high inflation and the high interest rates. It's possible that a public financial contribution may be required if we want to move this project forward in a timely way. Likewise, AB may have to adjust its expectations for financial performance. Again, we all want to move forward very, very quickly. Just a word about AB. They've demonstrated commitment to the asset and to the city. The project as it stands right now is losing money, so they're continuing to support it and its operations. They're investing money and leasing space. they have also invested a fair amount of money in the redevelopment process and planning, and we want to have that continue. It's a very well-qualified team. They have added development expertise. Several members of the team are locally based. And as Dina said before, this is kind of the inverse of what usually happens. Usually you have a developer coming to you with a vision and no capital. These guys have access to capital, but they're really asking the city to help them develop the vision. And really, any alternate approach other than going with AB is going to be very expensive, time-consuming, and may not yield the results that you would like to see. Okay, so next steps. What happens now? If the project agreement is approved, we then really roll up our sleeves and start the real work. We will have to do detailed analysis. The project has to be refined, and the goal here is to get to a project that is both economically feasible and supports the desired community benefits, which includes affordable housing, among other things. So that's our real focus for this next effort. There will be ongoing collaboration with the team through our regular meetings and working sessions and charrettes. And we will develop also a detailed entitlement schedule, how the project will go through the approval process once a feasible project is identified and a project application is submitted. This will include public review and input. So the project application is the end result. Once we have a feasible project, the project will go through the project application process, economically viable, and there'll be a capital plan. How are we going to finance this, including public funding support if that's required. The entitlement process will follow the normal process with all the public input and regular approvals. And then the conclusion of that, as Dina mentioned earlier, will be a negotiated development and disposition agreement, a DDA, which will happen concurrently with land use and environmental processes. So in conclusion, the two recommended actions today are to authorize the project agreement as it's presented in the agenda packet and adopt the resolution with respect to the exemption for surplus lands.
All right, very good. We will move to questions from council. Start out with Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just two, I think, relatively quick questions. First, on the Surplus Lands Act piece, and I'll preface this question by saying I'm very comfortable with the concept, so don't mean to undermine it in any way, but I'm hoping you can explain, you said because the existing lease is 44 years, not enough time to amortize the costs, and residential isn't allowed. Well, if we are the lessor and AB is the lessee, couldn't we theoretically revise the lease to include residential as a use and extend it to the maximum term of 99 years? Is it that even 99 years is not sufficient to amortize, or did we explore that option of amending the lease rather than going down the path of surplus lands, and why or why not? Thank you.
Stransky.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, did we explore that option? Yes. Is it a legally viable option? No. And there's two reasons for that. One is under the lease and all of the documents that are kind of under the lease, including an operating agreement, the use of the property is restricted to the existing, essentially, mall development. Housing is not permitted under the lease. We, as the ground lessor, do not have control over the development of the property. That has been given to AB, essentially, for the next 40 years. So we don't have the ability, without the agreement of all the parties, to amend the lease. The reason we can't extend it is because of the charter. The charter specifically prohibits leases in excess of 55 years, and so we can't do it. The Surplus Lands Act exemption that we're relying on is the exemption from the Surplus Lands Act for property that is subject to pre-existing legal restrictions that preclude housing. This is exactly the type of situation we are in with the current leases and reciprocal easement and operating agreements that affect this particular project. Without essentially finding an exemption and then transferring the property to AB, the project can't go forward. The option would be for the city to buy out the leasehold interest, but that's not a financially feasible option for the city. And so there you have it. So,
Thank you. That's extremely helpful. I mean, I should say I remain confused by this idea that the RCA is limiting our uses. If all the parties are interested in building residential, you'd think we could amend that agreement. But seems like the charter is the real stumbling block here with regard to the length of time of the lease. It just is not feasible to get housing done, given that fundamental legal block, as you said. So thank you. That was extremely, extremely helpful. And I think really undermines the justification for taking this through the surplus lands process. So thank you. And then my final question, I think it was made very clear, and I appreciate that nothing in this agreement binds us to anything, including, you know, any number of the different elements that were identified. We're not saying yes to any one thing. They're just kind of going out there. But sort of the inverse or the converse of that, the absence of something in this agreement does not mean that we cannot pursue, right? So, you know, we've gotten a lot of communication about the cultural institutions that are in Paseo Nuevo, or working with our housing authority partners and figuring out how that relationship might play into this. Because the specific language is not included in this agreement doesn't mean that we cannot pursue that. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. And one thing I would like to underline in this regard is that one of the prior slides talked about the development of the formal application that'll include a preferred project for processing through the land use entitlement process. That preferred project, once it's agreed to by the parties, has to be essentially approved by this council. So it'll be brought back to the council for a determination of the preferred project to go through the land use process. Once it goes into the land use process, it's still subject to environmental review and further change through the land use process, as with any land development process, ultimately coming back to the city council for a final decision in the approval of the development and disposition agreement, which is a legislative act that you will take by ordinance.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, not only are there many steps to come, many steps, this is also a step that will allow us to put together all of those other pieces that we're hearing very clearly are critically important, I think, to us and to the community. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
exactly right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Henschke, I think I'll start with you. And just on that last step, and we chatted this morning, so I know you know I'm going to ask this question. So I wasn't clear to me when I read through the project agreement that this would ever make a return to council until it had actually worked through the slog of community development, design review, environmental, and then it would come back for this DDA thing. And so I'm looking at page 5, part 3.1, and you referenced to me this morning that that a formal application that contains a final project description mutually agreed by the parties, that phrase right there, you stated that will come back to council for review before being further moved along in the development process. Am I paraphrasing that correctly?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, that's almost a quote.
I'll take that one then. Which I think is certain, it's a concern for me, so I will hold you to that. And then, could you talk a little bit about state bonus density for me? So just, it's offhandedly mentioned, I think, in one place in that agreement, but coincidentally with a phrase that talks about all the things that could or would be part of the project, which at that time do include low-income housing and/or other types of housing, including moderate housing. I'm paraphrasing again. So this will be a state bonus density project proposed, right? Pretty clear that?
Honorable members of the council, yes, pretty clear that.
Okay. And then in relationship to the height, can you tell me what the project is then entitled to ask for or require? I know it's called a concession, but I don't believe that we have to concede. So if you could help me with that.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, it is a concession or a development concession or waiver as defined in the state law. However, it's not one that the height is a restriction that you have to give, and the state law is preemptive with regard to those kinds of restrictions. And so if it qualifies for a state density bonus, which is anticipated, in order to get the maximum number of units on the site, there needs to be the density bonus part of it. Then, by operation of state law, the height limit can be exceeded. And the extent to that is not known at this point. One of the reasons that we, in the project agreement, referred to kind of the development mix and the maximum potential, it says 2 to 7 stories. That's what we think it realistically might be in various portions of the project, was to be transparent about it at this time. We didn't want to play hide the ball. But you need to know that if the state density bonus qualifications are met, state law is preemptive of local regulation on that point. Preemptive means it controls, not us.
Right. And is there a cap to that height, or is the eventual cap controlled by the density? So you'll get added density because of the bonus density, but you can't say build something 20 stories high, because eventually you run into a height cap based on the size of the units there that equals the density, right?
Honorable members of the council, you're really asking a construction question that's beyond my expertise. However, it is my understanding that the primary reason for a height limit has to do with constructability and financial feasibility,
right,
as opposed to anything else. Once you start getting higher, the construction methods and the construction techniques change substantially, and we also have to deal with the things that are below the ground, such as parking and all of those other issues. It's beyond my expertise. Maybe
But you do
Dean or Packard has
run out of the ability to keep going, because you do run into a hard cap on the density allowance, right? Unless you start building one floor grand apartments of 10,000 square feet. But literally of the type of housing we're looking at, studios, 1, 2 bedrooms, maybe there's 3 bedrooms, eventually you run into a density cap at some height too,
Yes.
right? Does that make sense?
That
Okay.
makes sense. It makes sense to me. I understand what you're saying. How practical it is in this particular instance, I don't know. But from a theoretical standpoint, I would say yes.
Did you have something to help me with that, or?
No, I just wanted to say that from a financial feasibility perspective, anytime you transfer from a wood frame construction, which is a very cost-effective construction, to something more like steel or concrete, that's a height thing. And so it effectively keeps the project within certain bounds.
All right. And then I have a couple of questions for you two, either one of you. So you mentioned you've put the project through this process. What is that project? What does it look like? Why aren't we seeing what it is that you tested?
We've actually put through a number of different variations on a theme here. The idea is to get a working model and to test its viability under different scenarios. So there isn't any one project, because this is not, there's no project definition at this point. We're really just, this is the starting point. So we just really tested the model with some program assumptions that they had. We stress tested it for different variations, just to make sure the model's working correctly. So nothing to see yet.
So on their end, they're not coming in and saying, we need 7 stories.
No.
No,
Or this
not
is
at
just
all.
I would-
early,
Yeah,
from 30,000 feet,
Yes.
frame the issue on the flexibility that we need to have going to the next step.
Correct.
Okay.
I would call this a 2-dimensional project as opposed to a 3-dimensional, right? So 500 units, period, without testing.
Good, I think that's answers my question. Oh, one more for you, Mr. Henschke. At some point, do we recognize that we would have a requirement for bonding, and would that be part of the DDA? I think I could list on 2 hands in my history the holes in the ground, present or past, where projects have started and then they've just ended up as a decade-long hole in the ground. And for a project this size, how does the city protect itself and when from that happening?
Honorable members of the council, that's a really good question. It was actually, we talked about this back in September, the same concept. But the development and disposition agreement will include a development agreement that contains contractual commitments by AB to build the project within a timeline, including consequences if they fail to do so. And so it's like a bond is simply security for a contractual commitment. Whether we would have a security for the contractual commitment is something that we would have to negotiate in the development and disposition agreement. That would be the time to do that.
So a bond's actually a line of credit in our favor from somebody that's put up collateral.
Right.
It's not just a contractual agreement.
It's a security for a contractual commitment is I think what I was saying. So I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just using I'm using lawyer terms instead of insurance terms.
And would, just ask my last question and do my traditional get down in the weeds, would we allow a separate entity formed specifically by AB to be part of that agreement, or are we going to make that party be AB?
The party to the project agreement currently is Paseo Propco LLC, which is a limited liability corporation that is a subsidiary of AB Commercial. That's who owns the leasehold at this particular time. AB, like I said, is the lender. What the ultimate structure is and the parties will be determined at a later time. But the technical party is Paseo Propco LLC, and the manager of that is AB.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So some questions from the staff report on page 3 to 4, where it says, proposed project that includes the following general components, and then skipping to development to be a mix of 2 to 7 story structures. That sounds so definite to me, that the project is to be a mix of 2 to 7 stories. My question to that is then, when looking in the proposed project agreement, I don't see a reference to 7 stories. And where I do see is in the project height section, and that's Article 2.3, and it says, the parties agree and acknowledge that the project description contemplates a development that exceeds 60 feet at certain portions. I'm okay with that. That seems consistent. My question is this next sentence, that the city agrees that the proposed project may exceed 60 feet in height, provided the project qualifies for a waiver of development standards pursuant to density bonus law. do we have to have that sentence?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I believe that we do. And if I could just kind of follow the trail on the question that you asked, the 2 to 7 is contained in Exhibit B of the project agreement in the second to last bullet on the project description. So
Sorry,
what's
what
in
page
this,
is that? Can you,
it's attachment, it's page 10 of the project agreement itself.
my project agreement, oh, so on the Exhibit B on page 10 itself?
Oh, I don't know what it.
Okay, yes, it's page 10, Exhibit B.
It's page 10 of the project agreement. And the project description that's in Exhibit B of the project agreement itself is basically cut and paste with some minor edits into the staff report. So the 2 to 7 stories is in both places.
Does that bullet point need to be there?
Yes, because it's part of the current project description as contemplated. I want to point something else.
But it says to be a mix. It doesn't say contemplates a mix.
When we read this in context, the entire project description is as currently contemplated. The 2 to 7 is a height limit that would allow the 500 units to be built. The paragraph after the one that you're referring to says that we agree and acknowledge that the above project description is subject to change and is not a commitment by either party to development of the subject property in accordance with the above description. So the two, even though it says development to be a mix of it's a contemplated mix. And so you're not locking anything in.
But it's a good faith. But we're making a good faith, and if I say in good faith, don't want to contemplate 7 stories, which I have to apologize, in all of our discussions, I never heard 7 stories, like ever, until I read the staff report.
The contemplation is that the project would exceed 60 feet.
That I'm okay with.
Which is approximately, in order to exceed 60 feet, it's approximately a 7-story building, depending on how you calculate.
It's approximately 10 feet per story.
But it could be up to 14 feet per story. I mean.
That again becomes.
That would be something that would have to come back to council to be proved as part of the final project description that would go through the process. So this was intended as kind of a full disclosure of a maximum kind of a proposal that we're dealing with now. It's kind of what we were intending it in the project agreement. You asked whether we can delete the sentence about 60 feet in height if they qualify. No, we cannot delete that because that basically represents what state law requires, is that if they meet the density bonus and they request a height exceeding the 60 feet, we can't say no. So that's why it's in the agreement. It's part of the process.
So understood. So it doesn't need to be, I mean, if it's the state law, it doesn't need us to say we're acknowledging state law. It's state law.
Honorable members of the City Council, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
And my professional recommendation is that the sentence needs to stay.
Okay. And then, thank you, that does answer the question. And so then, and I do appreciate the transparency at this point because honestly, I was not aware of that. So this transparency gives me new information that the public also needs and that I did not feel I had. If the project, say, met density or made an agreement, and I'm not suggesting it does or doesn't, but if it did with, say, the housing authority or with other partnerships, it's sprinkled throughout this document that it's going to contemplates needing additional public funding. If that comes about in some other way, would it necessarily be using state bonus density? Like, do we know at this point that state bonus density is what's going to be pursued and what's going to be contemplated?
Honorable members of the City Council, at this point, both AB and the city staff believe that a state density bonus will be part of the project. In terms of whether, how we would finance it or what the various density restrictions would be, what the affordability restrictions would be, we don't know. Would participation with the housing authority be a possibility? It is something that needs to be explored. We have not done that exploration yet. It is something that we will want to be doing because we need to explore all of the financial tools available to make a project that is a viable project that can actually get built within the time frame. And so discussion with the housing authority is something that I anticipate occurring. I've discussed it with the representatives of AB. They anticipate it occurring, and it would be occurring between now and the intermediate phase, which is coming back to this council with an approval of a preferred project description that will then go through the land use process. Whatever the participation ultimately is will be decided by the city council in the development and disposition agreement.
Thank you. And then I just want to make one last question, just to be really clear. Are you saying that this project will be 7 stories?
Honorable members of the council, no.
Okay, it reads that way to me. Thank you.
Very good. One point of legal clarification. This preemption from the charter on the height is relatively recent nuance, is it not? Ms. Ostringer, didn't we talk about that in regards to the other project, where there was even less control by local agencies as it came down recently about state bonus density?
Mayor Rouse, council members, yes, there's a case out of San Diego that speaks to the height, which is really what changed our opinion as to whether or not we could apply our charter. And then there's been a change in the state law that also specifically calls out charter sections as exemptions and initiatives as well.
Is it pending or is it settled?
It's settled.
Okay, so there we go. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. So I'm going to actually, just since we're talking about the state bonus density, and we received significant comment on the charter and protecting the charter, I just want to make it crystal clear, especially for those who are going to be commenting later, to go over it again. So the state bonus density could lead to a project that exceeds the charter height limit of 60 feet, and it is the state law in this case that supersedes our charter.
Honorable members of the council, the answer is yes, and as the acting city attorney just described, it's basically settled law.
And then and you mentioned earlier that we're basically going forward with a state bonus density project. But without the state bonus density project, that's the hook for them to be able to request to go above the charter. If it wasn't in there, then the charter would apply.
Honorable members of the council, yes.
So that's why it needs to be state bonus density rather than another scenario.
Yes.
It needs to be from the developer's perspective.
Yes.
I want to clarify, not necessarily the council's perspective. But, okay, so I just want to make that crystal clear because we see significant public comment on that, and I expect there'll be some more today on that. So on slide 9, I want to talk just briefly on what would happen if this doesn't go forward. It says, one of the bullets, the second one down, says, without terminating the lease and merging the city's and AB's interests, the city could face 41 years of continued decline. And then on slide 20, it says, any alternative approach to this, basically to this project out of that part, will be more expensive, take much longer to implement, and could yield less desirable results. So say that this process doesn't pan out, and if the lease was sold or somebody came in, say they sold it off, does the city have any say over who they would sell the lease to?
Honorable members, City Council, not really.
And so we don't have that. And so in terms of what types of uses would be in there, we know it's not housing, so what potentially could be like a use, and would we have any say over what it would be?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the lease is very, very specific. Right now, it is basically a first-class outdoor commercial shopping center, basically of the characteristics that you see there now. That is what is contemplated in the lease and in the operating agreements.
So basically just retail, we don't know what type of retail. It could be types of retail we don't want. We just don't know, and we have no say over who our partner would be.
Yes.
Thank you. And then one last question, again, for clarification from what I heard today, and again, getting to the public comments, because this was the other significant component of it, was the involvement of the Housing Authority, as well as other nonprofit housing providers for housing affordability and the mix. So right now, or going forward after this, that would be the time where we look at the affordability mix percentages, involve the Housing Authority and others that could provide other types of housing, and they would all be part of the discussions going forward. It was too early prior to today's action to have those discussions. Is that correct?
Honorable members of the City Council, it is too early to have those discussions. I mean, this is a necessary first step document. However, one thing I don't want to give a false sense of hope that any other housing developer would have an opportunity to do this. The development interest, if you will, the buildings and the ability to reuse that space is owned by AB. And so the AB and its interest would have to work some arrangement, and the city has very little ability to compel an action. We can facilitate and encourage, and that's part of coming back with the development of the financial terms of the project, because there may need to be some sort of public participation. Could that come from the Housing Authority as the city's essentially housing development branch? Yeah, it could, but we don't know yet.
Yeah, and that is all going to be discussed. And again, to reiterate that we have a willing partner in AB that wants to seriously, they've been serious, we have been, about the redevelopment of this site, and this is the process to get there. If it were to change, there's so many unknowns, such as them selling the lease off or putting in types of retail that we might not want, but this is the process that we have a willing partner to make the investment, and this is the way to get there. Okay, just wanted to make sure that we all understand that, because there seemed to be a lot of misunderstanding in the public emails and others that we received coming in. So I hope that informs in public comment today as well. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are more clarified questions. Again, they're similar to what Councilmember Friedman just said. Just to clarify, Mr. Hensky, today we're not making any decisions on the specifics of the project. Today we are providing guidelines and that are limited to our city charter and state laws. Are we?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I think the city's consultants said it best. This agreement establishes a commitment to a process and good faith action on behalf of both the city and AB to proceed forward to try and develop the project in the best interests of the community. I don't know how, I think that's what you said. So that, yeah.
And I ask this question because we have been, I'll speak for myself, I've been having a lot of interaction with community members, and what you just mentioned was my understanding, and I think there was some miscommunication out there to community members, and I just wanted to make it clear that we are not giving concrete specifics on the project. It's just, guidelines to what we have as city charters and state laws, and these are just proposed ideas and an agreement of good faith. Things can be changed, but we have a developer that has great intentions for our community and sees the potential to want to invest because, like you said, inflation, and we, as a city, we don't have the resources right now to provide housing to our city. And so there's a developer on board that would like to develop and give housing and other great things to the Paseo Nuevo, right?
Honorable members of council, yes.
Thank you.
Mr.
Sorry, I remembered one more. If one of you young ladies could just do it for Mike for Dummies. So much of the input has been in the past couple of days when people have seen this item is how can the city own this property, and you're saying you're going to give it away as part of this development, and why aren't you demanding fill in the blank, whether that's 40%, 50% low-income housing, whether it's a theater, an art gallery, open space, whatever the demand is. Could you take a few moments to explain the dynamics of how this works and not call it residual land value, but something that would make sense to normal people sitting out there?
Okay, I promise not to use residual land value. Basically, financial feasibility for a project like this means that the revenues earned by the project support the level of capital required for the investment. And we realized from the very beginning that there are some community goals here that may be separate and apart from the normal market rate kind of development. And so one of the purposes of our model is to determine, okay, if this is sort of the generic development, what happens if we do affordable housing at this level? What happens if we add some community benefit space in the form of art workshops or whatever the community benefit might be? The purpose of this is to use the tools to say, okay, city, if you want these things, this is the impact to the project. And if this is the impact, how do we then make it all work? And are you okay with that? So it allows us to real-time test the trade-offs between various goals and objectives that the city might have. And that's the transparency of the process that we want to share with you.
So let me help you a little bit more in that. So part of that is an assessment of actually the value of our contribution of the land. Mm-hmm. And I think you would have kinder words than me, but you would, in this dynamic of having a 40-plus year lease of an underperforming property, and also the city having to pay a couple $100,000 or $300,000 annually for an old archaic lease contribution that's just pure expense right now. There's no revenue to us. And the fact that there is no revenue to us because we're also not charging rent for that lease, it's a free use of that land, mm-hmm. that the land value that we're contributing is actually not of great value to this project. Is that accurately the way I say it?
I think that's an accurate assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when it's not of great value, but you're in a position where you want things, you're not necessarily in a position where you can demand things. You're in a position where I guess you're playing poker across the table. They've got their cards, we've got our cards. But right now, I guess I would characterize our cards as not the better cards sitting at the table. So we are in a position of negotiating as much as we can that we can get while trading benefits to both sides, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think that's a very fair
Thank you for letting me
assessment.
explain it my way.
Yes, and thank you for
Mr.
doing
Mayor.
so. It was very clear.
Your way is always interesting, Mike, I gotta say. So, just kind of following up on what Mr. Jordan is saying, I think Mr. Hinchke brought up the hide the ball aspect, which was great. I appreciate that. In terms of, it talks about a public financial contribution and balancing out what we feel will be the benefit to the community for having housing, having this many people live downtown, the financial impact. And I know that years ago when we did the Paseo Nuevo, the point wasn't to be landlords and make rent. The point was to create sales tax, possessory tax, all the things that we got out of the deal. So now we're looking to hit the reset button. The analysis about the number of units and potentially, I guess, the tiers of income that will live there, money that was spent, property tax that will be realized, and all that. And then we also have then what our piece will be of the financial contribution. We're not really sure if or what that's going to be yet. But we're going to have to consider the sources, and is that all coming out of your analysis at,
That's correct, and we will be able to compute the buying power of households and what they might potentially spend in downtown. So these are the sort of secondary impacts, if you will, but they are community benefits.
right? Well,
So
I
we have
mean,
to be
it's really speaking to what we've been all talking about is all the community input we've
Correct.
gotten.
Yeah.
And that is kind of a head scratcher for a lot of folks. Well, this isn't a normal real estate deal. And of course, it's not. As Mr. Jordan said, we're not in the strongest position on the planet.
That's right.
But the potential upside for the downtown vitality, community benefit,
Correct.
economic activity is
Right.
huge.
That's exactly right. So there's the buying power of the people who come and the ways in which they could support downtown. But there's also a perception of the transformation in downtown, which also has monetary value. So we don't know exactly what that is. And again, we'll have to look at what the deal is when it comes through. But I think that the primary benefits from this project will be more of those kinds of community benefits with the understanding that housing affordability, the arts, public art, all these things are concerns to the city. AB is listening, and they're paying attention. So all of those, and again, when we come back and explain the deal, we'll be able to show what alternatives were considered, which is different than what you would see, with a developer who's not going to show you their
Right. Well, and I
performance.
do have to say that in our conversations, that's sort of the AB, we've been talking, using the word partnership a lot as
Correct.
opposed to
That's right.
landlord, tenant,
That's right.
whatnot. One last technical question, though, about the old relationship with the RDA and the mall involved Lot 10 and Lot 2, as well as Lot 1.
Right.
What happens in those circumstances? Because I know from talking to AB, of course, they're going to incorporate, supposedly Lot 1 is the parking for the residents,
Correct.
as I understand it.
Well, they don't know yet.
They don't know
They
yet,
don't
okay.
know yet. I don't
Then
think there's
Lot 2
anything
would
we can
potentially
assume.
supply like whatever retail,
We don't know yet.
we don't know yet.
Yes, I think we can't say anything about any of those elements. It's too
Okay, so
too
those
soon.
are other little
Correct.
niggling details coming
Correct.
up at the end of this
Correct.
thing. Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, another question?
One last question, Mr. Henschke, and this is for the viewers that might get lost in the conversation. Is it possible that since, we move forward and we have this partnership, that the council can provide a list of community wants, desires for this project? And so the developers have an idea of, like have an art hub, or we want a certain percentage of affordable housing, or we would like to have the partnership with the Housing Authority for the developers to have when they develop their project to come and talk to council.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I think that the community input would be something that would be coming forward during the time that we're developing the project description. So the answer is yes, and the community would need to get that into staff as we're going through the process. You know, kind of waiting until the next time it comes to council to say, hey, oh, by the way, is not a good idea.
Thank you.
All right, very good. With that, we will go to public comment. 3 minutes at the dais. Start out with Frederick Yonka. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, City staff. My name is Frederick Janka. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara and consider myself very much a product of the many important arts and culture institutions in the city. Grateful to all of you for your continued leadership and support of arts and culture in our community. I am here today as a volunteer at the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara, here to advocate for the institution and the communities we serve. As you may recall, I called in with public comment in support of this topic last year. We are in support of the redevelopment of Paseo Nuevo, especially the importance of adding much-needed housing to our community. I only ask that when you make your affirmative vote on this item to move forward with the redevelopment partnership, that, oh, and I thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Harmon, during this discussion, that you remember the current occupants. Remember us. We are the occupants of the Arts Terrace, the Museum of Contemporary Art, and the Center Stage Theater. As the project agreement with the current description will be the most relevant document moving forward for future members of council, city staff, and Paseo Nuevo ownership and developers, I hope you can understand our concerns and how we feel, since it doesn't currently include any considerations for these critical arts and culture assets in our community. We have received assurances, but it would be so meaningful to see these reflected more formally. In the discussion we just heard, quote-unquote, real-time trade-offs as a response to what could possibly be the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara, and a conversation around card play and negotiation, trading benefits, this seems to compromise the future of arts and culture. Again, hitting the reset button, but let's do it with the economic and societal benefit of having a museum and theater be critical to this success. Many thanks for your time and efforts to support arts and culture in our community.
Thank you. Dalia Garcia.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Dalia Garcia. I'm an indigenous Mixteca woman living in Santa Maria, and I'm the program director of the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara. Grateful to all of you for your continued support of the arts and cultures in our community. We are in support of the development of Paseo Nuevo, especially in the importance of adding much-needed housing in our community. I'm here today as a staff member of the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara to advocate for the institution and the communities we serve. I only ask when you make your affirmative vote in this item to move forward with the development partnership, and I thank you for the clarification, the discussions, that you remember that the current occupant of the Art Terrace, the Museum of Contemporary Art Santa Barbara, and the stage, Center Stage Theater. As the project agreement with the current description will be the most relevant document in moving forward for future members of the of council, city staff, and Paseo Nuevo ownership and developers. I hope you can understand our concerns and how we feel, since it doesn't currently include any considerations for these critical art and cultural assets in our community. So while verbal assurance have been provided, formal documentation will be significantly enhanced in the impact of this commitment. Many thanks for your time and efforts to support art and cultures in our community.
Thank you. Next speaker is Diane Black.
Mayor Rouse and members of the council, my name's Diane Black, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. I'm here to support moving forward with the project development agreement for Paseo Nuevo. The League implores you to use this valuable, publicly owned site to address the need for affordable housing in the city, and particularly in the downtown core. We very much back the offer of assistance made by your housing authority to assist in ensuring a substantial amount of affordable housing is included in the plan. We believe their involvement will positively impact the amount of affordable housing included in this city-owned site, and we look forward to a project that begins to address the critical issues in the downtown. Economic vitality, which is obviously hugely important, and housing for our local workforce, the majority of which qualify for affordable housing. We provided data in our letter about pending projects before the city, and the city continues to perform strongly in the above-market unit category and greatly lags behind, even in this first year of your new housing element cycle, in affordable housing. Because of this, we believe a concession on height should only be granted in conjunction with high levels of affordability, especially on a city-owned, publicly owned site. We believe this, again, can best occur with the Housing Authority as part of the project at the outset. I understand that the city has limitations, but you do own the site, and it's worth something. You can't tell me that site is not worth anything. And so I just urge you to negotiate fairly and from a source of strength and not from a source of weakness. Thank you.
Rod Fredericks, be followed by Fred Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. As the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara, I stand before you to reiterate the points I made in my letter that I emailed last week regarding the redevelopment of Paseo Nuevo. Our support for this project is steadfast, but it comes, of course, with strong advocacy for a significant number of affordable housing units that will be delineated within the forthcoming development agreement for moderate and low-income households. The projection of approximately 500 residential units presents us with a unique opportunity to address the city's housing crisis. However, the current proposal using the California housing bonus density law would fall short in meeting the affordability needs for our local workforce. We believe that with our involvement, that a target of 30 to 40% affordability is not just aspirational, but achievable through strategic collaborations and a leveraging of a variety of sources. We've seen with another similar large project recently what following state bonus density yields to get affordable housing, to get to break through the height limits, right? 8.5% affordable units. So on this project, do you want 42 affordable units, or do you want 200 affordable units for moderate and low-income households that are deed restricted? And by the way, AB, if they partnered with the Housing Authority for those affordable units, they wouldn't have to put in any capital for those affordable units to be built. Furthermore, it has come to our attention that the proposed development may go beyond the maximum building heights. I know this has been discussed and we can't really control that, but a precedent like that, does ignite a speculative surge in any developable land, driving up prices and making it increasingly challenging for us to be competitive with affordable housing options. So that's a matter of great concern, and I think it does warrant further review, and that's one of the reasons we want to maximize affordability, not just meet the minimums. Remember, this is not a simple transaction. The city is not just a stakeholder, they're the landowner, giving the city the right and the responsibility to ensure that any development agreement aligns with the long-term interests of the community. Our experience in creating affordable housing developments is extensive, and our innovative financing methods have proven successful time and again. We are ready to lend this expertise to the Paseo Nuevo project, ensuring that it's not just a development, but a legacy of community benefit. And by the way, we don't let, as you know, we don't let grass grow under our feet. So we will move expeditiously if AB would be willing to work with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fred Sweeney?
Mr. Mayor and fellow council, I was home watching this, and then I decided I'd better get in the car and come down and talk because I don't trust the Zoom thing. What I want to tell you is, you see the community out here? A whole lot of people, right, sitting in this room? I don't think the community understands what you're about to do. And Mr. Jordan has it right. You're playing poker, but I think, I'm not a very good poker player. I would have folded already because you're not playing a good hand. You own the land, and the land is valuable. There are outliers right now, and you know this. We haven't made it, it hasn't been made public yet, but they have outliers in here that are going to come in with even higher projects in residential areas. That's already in the deal. And now I understand why staff keeps telling me in the Vision Master Plan you can't talk about anything but just State Street. Now I understand why we were told, and I got my hand slapped, as I do many times. So I don't think the community really understands you're about to give up the only leverage you have, and that's the ownership of the land. You saw what has happened out at La Cumbre Plaza with the Macy's project. They've got you over the barrel. They're going to build a 76-foot high building. They're going to give you not 10%, but 8%. And I took a year of architect as a developer in college, a long time ago. One of the only two things I remember out of that is developers, they build it, they make their money, and then they turn it over. And at that time, it was 7 years. The formula was turn it over, sell it to somebody else. Once these people who are not here today, yeah, they may be on Zoom, but they weren't interested enough to physically show up here. They're in it to make money, and the group that's in there now didn't want to be there. They said so. We didn't want to be here from the beginning. We had to take over this thing. So they're only here to make money. They're going to turn this thing around. They're going to sell it, and at that point, you have no leverage left. Sorry, museum. Sorry, art. That all goes away. They turn it over in 10 years. It all goes away because you now have given up any leverage you had as a city. And this issue about we all want housing. Oh, how bad do we? But we want affordable housing. And I sent you a letter quoting Pearl Chase. This problem is not new to the year 2000 or 2020. It's been around here since the turn of the last century. We've always had a housing problem. But don't give up the foresight to give up to a developer who's just going to turn this thing around, and then you've lost all your leverage you thought you ever had. Thank you. Oh, and I want to, Mr. Jordan's question on the construction. There are several projects that have been imprinted in all of the professional articles about wood-built, multi-story buildings. The last one I saw went up to 20 stories. You can build them to 12, and then you have to deal with mechanical changes and elevator changes, but that can be done. So if you want your questions answered, you need to ask people that know how to give you the correct answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the online speakers.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are currently 6 hands raised. The names are Alex Perez, Steve Johnson, Alex Gravenor, Linda Honigman, Anna Marie God, and Brittany Sajik. Alex Perez?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Alex Perez, please go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
All right. How's everybody doing tonight? My name is Alex Perez. I'm a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the local area, live, work, and recreate in the vicinity of the project. I believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay prevailing wage, and utilize apprentices from the state certified apprenticeship training program. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. In a recent 2020 report titled "Putting California on the High Road: A Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030," the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. The South Coast Air Quality Management District recently found that local hire requirements can result in air pollutant reductions. Recently, the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Roads Jobs Act of 2022, otherwise known as Assembly Bill number 211, which requires projects pay workers a prevailing wage and hire from state certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain citing affordability and development standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Steve Johnson. Steve Johnson, please go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Very much appreciate comments from previous speakers as well as staff. This is a very complex project. I doubt that anybody in the room understands the magnitude of this project. I don't see the rush to come up with a solution today. I really think it needs more time. And based on the number of people in the audience, more community involvement is needed. I have a recommendation. Don't sell the property. The greatest concern about keeping it was that the current lease is only 41 years. So sign a new lease for 55 years, which starts 41 years from now. That gives the current leaseholder plenty of time to develop housing without giving up your interest in the land. But my most important issue is the project has zero chance of success unless you amend the blatant flaw in AUD zoning, which biases against moderate income housing. The speaker earlier said you might get 42 units of moderate income housing. You might get 200 units of moderate income housing. You should get 900 units of moderate income market rate housing. Your goal should be to get 900 units of market rate moderate income housing. And it's simple, one line change to the AUD code. And if you're skeptical, just look at the city of Los Angeles. They are overwhelmed with applications to build moderate income market rate housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alex Gravenor. Alex Gravenor, please go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Alex Gravenor. I'm a member of Strongtown, Santa Barbara, and I'm here to advocate in support of this project. Generally, this is the kind of density, this is the kind of project that we should be looking for. I think a lot of public speakers today are really hoping for something better than what we can realistically expect, to be honest. And I think having expectations that 30% of this project is going to be affordable is really going to make it unfeasible, and it's going to stop it from happening. We've already heard from city staff that it sounds like the project is likely on the edge of financial feasibility anyways. That likely comes from the restrictive zoning laws that are already in place. These sorts of zoning laws that restrict the height, restrict the amount of density, really are what's keeping our housing not affordable. Recently, some numbers came out about rent across the nation, and we found that one of the few cities in the nation where rent went down was Austin, Texas, which recently had a surplus of market rate housing. It's really simple. When there's more housing, the price goes down. For some reason, people don't seem to believe that. But really, honestly, I really hope that we don't let perfection get in the way of something good here. And this is really good. The land is not that valuable. Let's put it towards a good project. The owners of the land seem to be acting in good faith. If you've been to Passaic Getaway Vote recently, you'll see that they're doing lots of really good things. There's new tenants in there. And if you walk on State Street, everyone that's there has had to travel. Almost no one lives on State Street. And that's probably why the businesses are struggling. The second we can get housing on State Street, all those businesses are going to see new people that just walk out their front door and visit the businesses. So please, let's push this project through. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Linda Honigman. Linda Honigman, please unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Hello, City Council. I'm Linda Honigman, speaking as an individual on behalf of people who I hope will be the future residents of Paseo Nuevo. I support the involvement of the Housing Authority as early as possible in this process. They have a stellar reputation and are capable of breaking through the affordable development hurdles we have. Many of our younger workers and full-time renters are increasing their commute distances or leaving the area. A beloved community leader, Sojourner Kincaid Roll, who passed away recently, told me that she didn't want to see any housing downtown because then the area would belong to someone else. Downtown was an extension of her office, her living room, her place to appreciate the arts, and where she performed poetry and important community events. We need a mindset that prioritizes local workers and residents who don't need large units or cars downtown. That would be my answer to the previous speaker, Alex. The problem is so many out-of-town people are taking those spots. So without an agency like the Housing Authority, we will continue to have second home folks and out-of-town visitors filling the majority of the new spots. I hope Alliance Bernstein and developer can accommodate a pro-community vision that can also produce significant economic benefits. For example, one idea that checks those boxes is the development of building themes such as culture house, greenhouse, or arts house. Housing for creatives can be modeled after the successful live-work units in Ventura called WAVE, or Working Artists Ventura. That development provides affordable living and working space for over 100 artists. With help from the Housing Authority and Santa Barbara Foundation, an arts house could provide jobs, affordable deed-restricted units, entertainment venues, maker studios, galleries, and gathering spaces. Such a development could also produce a win-win for investors, local workers, arts fans, tourists, our local economy, downtown businesses, and funders. And most importantly, I think Sojourner would have approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Anna Marie God. Anna Marie God, please unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. First, do not move forward with any of staff recommendations today. Second, direct the city administrator, Strategic Economics, Maxima Group, and Alliance Bernstein to sit down with the Santa Barbara Housing Authority to discuss bringing on it as a nonprofit general partner, and then come back to the city council with actual numbers. Right now, there is no commitment to bring the Santa Barbara Housing Authority on as a general partner at all. And I want you to just consider this. The city is in the driver's seat. Do not let staff mislead you on this at all. AB Commercial is losing money. The city does not know the actual value of the leasehold versus the $120 million loan. The difference of the loan versus today's leasehold value is key here. AB Commercial does not want a loss of the current loan value. This is going to affect the project's feasibility. So you need to know, how is the loan of the current leasehold used in determining the feasibility of the future project? And has the loan been discounted? Because it really needs to be. There has not been a stress test with Santa Barbara Housing Authority, but the staff report says we have to have 2 to 4 stories and we're going to require state bonus density. You know, Rob Fredericks from the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara was here today saying that he could bring 30 to 40% and maybe even more affordable housing. But we don't have Kim in discussions right now with AB Commercial or the city. And that really needs to happen before you guys move forward. Because we really need to know how many units we can expect. And we also really need to consider what Rob stated regarding state bonus density and the height limit. You know, that is really going to hamstring him moving forward, and it is going to make over the city if you move forward with this. So, you know, stop, rethink, and go back to the drawing board with the Santa Barbara Housing Authority. That really, really needs to happen. And I don't recommend moving forward today. And I really hope that you consider having this brought back.
Thank
It
you.
really needs to happen. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Final speaker is Brittany Sajik. Brittany, please unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Brittany Zajic. I'm a resident of downtown Santa Barbara. In regards to this project development agreement, I truly believe that housing on State Street is the missing link to its maximizing its vibrancy and should absolutely be prioritized. This type of public-private collaboration is the exact type of creative problem solving that we should be better utilizing to solving our housing crisis. And I encourage our city leaders to please bring more of these opportunities to the development pipeline. I am confident the opportunity is there, and let's use this as an example to find more. On the slide titled Real Estate Market Key Findings, I'm asking if the council can please elaborate on why this type of economic study is not being done on every large commercial or hotel project in the pipeline today for projects being proposed on suitable housing sites. It seems like a great resource that we could largely benefit from. And I appreciate and agree with the previous comments from the League of Women Voters and the Santa Barbara Housing Authority that Santa Barbara should be empowered to require specific conditions, but continue to believe that housing on State Street should be the main priority. I also, as a side note, am truly devastated by the general comments that began this meeting and would ask our city leaders to more strongly condemn that type of behavior. Nonetheless, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on all this virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the end of the public speakers online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. We'll bring it back to council then for comment. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, the public comment that resonated the most with was there's nobody in the room that really understands this whole thing. So guilty as charged, but I'm taking the rest of you with me too on that, except for the two young ladies sitting over there at the head table. This is like a generational situation that I think is, as described, very complex and complicated. And you can tell that from the diverse set of opinions that are offered. Just a couple comments back out, and just we've had the opportunity, council has had the opportunity to meet, I think, individually or in small teams of two, with AB and/or AB and staff, I think, 3 times that weren't on that timeline, and we've had the opportunity to provide input, listen to responses, strategize, and get up to speed. And I'm really sorry that wasn't shown on that timeline because I think people think, oh, this is the first time council's seeing this today, and that's actually not true. And besides then just in off hours asking the next smartest guy in the room, Dan Henschke, for everything he knows about this subject too, because I really value his input. But some of my takeaways, I think, in response to some of the comments, I believe there is a credible time window of opportunity on this with AB and the project moving forward. What they call themselves, the accidental owner now, or the, and I
Unintentional.
Unintentional, but I call it accidental all the time to their face. And I believe this is not the business they're in, but they can be a successful tool to remedy the situation for both of us. Diane Black, I love your opinion all the time, and we do own the site. But I think our negotiating strength is in 41 years. It's not today, because then we actually get what's on the ground too, build above the ground. But we don't have that today, and that's part of the dynamic, I think, that puts us in this negotiating position of where it's not necessarily a strength today. If you listened carefully to Mr. Fredericks, he mentioned he could build those units at no cost to AB, but I'm sure AB's response, if they were in the room today, was who's going to talk about the return on investment for the lifetime of that building relative to rents after they're built, and that gap that's represented there. So I wholeheartedly think it should be part of the conversation. I don't know when it is, but my big take on the situation is ABs could come in here with a project that works for them, with exactly what works for them, and everything else we want, somebody has to pay for. And that's the rub. Who's going to pay for it? Is it the city? Is it a combination of the city and the housing authority? Are there tax credits? Do they care about the tax credits? Do they not want the tax credits? Do they just want revenue? I don't know anything about their structure or what's important to them to be able to answer that question. In our private meetings, while we're sitting at the poker table, so to speak, AB has gotten an earful from me on the following subjects, and that is an increased level of affordability above bonus density. Everybody in our side of the room has heard this before, and in particular, I've been focusing on tiers in what I think is the moderate range from 120 to 180 or 120 to 200 AMI as a way to buffer their ability to get close to what their market rent would be, but giving up as a concession something to get what we want, and those would also be covenanted for a period of time. Also inclusion of a theater operation, arts and culture operations, inclusion of open space, emphasis on paseos, and integration with State Street, Chapala, and Ortega. On the occasion I've been with other council members in the room too, those have been common themes from all of us repeatedly. So that's why it's important to me before it goes through the process of entitlement with the Community Development Department, that project or project options come back to us, so we have opportunity at that time to say, this is a go or this isn't a go based on what that will be. And so then, just my final comment, and I don't know what this does to muck things up, but when we see this next as a application, I would prefer to see a set of options rather than one application. So I would prefer to see what I'm calling AB's project that is their minimum feasible, economically viable project with just bonus density that requires no involvement of another agency, no involvement of us paying them money. And then I would like to see a series of options on what would be better than that. So that option plus whatever. It's just, I mean, you can follow the rabbit hole, but I think my target on that, on a project of that size would be 25 or 30% affordable, of some type of affordability that I would agree with. And I'm probably a little looser on that than some other people, because I would venture out of the RENA tiers and into what is former market rate, but is moderate market rate controlled for a covenanted period of time. So that, I think to me, that would be 120 to 200 AMI, somewhere multiple choices within that range. And their first option might be less tall. Their other options might be taller. And in my perfect world, I'd like to opine at that time with my peers and then provide direction as to what meets in the middle of what they need, what we want, and what we can get. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Oh, I'm sorry. And so to the point today being made, I am wholeheartedly in favor of moving on with this process as described. I think that we're just starting the dating, and the marriage is a long way away, and I think I definitely want to continue to go through the courtship and work with AB on this project.
Just beating Eric to his analogy he was going to use.
I don't have any quotes today. You already stole them all, so this way will be shorter. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all the public comment, all the emails that have come in on this. One thing, our takeaway is from us at the city is we have additional efforts in terms of our outreach to help the public understand this project. It's complex, and over the coming time before the DDA comes back to us to be able to get that information out through different various means to the public so they have a complete picture of what we have before us, and including the strength of our hand. I do concur with Councilmember Jordan's points. I think there's very salient to the conversation. It addresses a lot of the issues. One of the things to remember on this is, Councilmember Jordan said it, the strong hand we have, we'll have it in 41 years. Right now, we don't have a jack high. We have more than that if you're using a poker analogy, but it's not like we have like a full house because we own the land. And that's important to understand because AB Financial, they have a hand, but they also have limitations as well. And it was said they are financially responsible right now. And they have brought in Georgetown, who is a top-notch developer for projects like these. They've shown a commitment that they want to work with us so that we as a community can get to a place where we want that community vision to revitalize our downtown. And if we get stuck in a process where they're continuing to lose capital over time while we're stuck in our process, which we know can take forever on normal projects that are far less complex than this, and they decide to cut their losses, that is the big unknown, because then we have no say in who the new owner of the leases would be. We'd have very little say in what would take place over the next 41 years. And my fear, and it should be, everyone in the public should have this fear as well, is if we get a new owner of the leases, no say who they are, that the condition of the mall right now will not only remain as it currently is, which I don't think anybody wants, it will deteriorate under a lot of ways. It's not going to get better than it is. This is the chance to move forward, get community input before the DDA comes back to us. And at that point, I appreciate Mr. Fredericks saying that you could get 30%. I know you wholeheartedly believe it, and I know your board does. And I know that there are significant opportunities that you have. And so going forward, I hope you can make the strongest case possible to AB Financial over the coming months to see if that pencils out. And that is one of the options I want to see when it comes back to when you're talking about the different options that Councilmember Jordan put in, rather than just one. Because I would love nothing more than for you to be able to make the case you could get 30 or 40%. But I also have to be realistic. That's my job. That's our job, is to have the alternatives, because it has to be realistic for AB Financial as well, for them to sign off on it. And so let's have those options, but I'm all for that. And that case will be made. The other component of this is, I think as part of this, it is important that we look at the input from our arts community that took place today, because that is an asset that might not financially, when you're looking at just the economics on the front of it, be so relevant. But when you consider why people come to Santa Barbara, why do we live here, a big portion of it, and it was deliberate over 100 years ago, that there was an investment made in the establishments of the arts and culture of our town. I recently read the Pearl Chase biography by Sherry Ray, and there's a whole section of what took place about 100 years ago with the philanthropy to make the investment in the arts. And if you consider a community that is under 100,000 people, which we still are, maybe not for long, but we still are, in the United States, we probably are second to none in the types of arts and culture that we have here. And that is a value that we need to find a way to remain in there. Now, whether we put it in there today or we make a statement here that we want to get that in the DDA at some point, that needs to be included in it. And in addition, we also need to really understand the implications on the mixes of affordability. It was mentioned that when you're investing in downtown, you need to have different mixes because it's the economic vitality of downtown. You want to have workers live there, you want to have middle class, you want to have upper middle class in addition to market rate, because that affects the purchasing power of supporting the local businesses down there. So it's a big mix. And I think for now, I just want, in a way, we should be really excited about this opportunity. I think it is exciting because this thing could have blown up a long time ago. It's been in the discussions, and it is moving forward. We continue to have that good partner, and we will get there. And I just encourage the public to really try to understand the nuances of this because it's not as simple as it might seem. And we need you to understand it, and we need to make sure that we help you understand it, and we need to also get your input going forward. So I look forward to when the DDA comes back to us that we can really understand the affordability component in arts and everything. But I will be supporting moving forward today. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So far, these have been really great conversations with AB. They're reputable. They've really been open to our input and asking what it is that we're looking for, meeting with us individually, and through other modes of input, through multiple meetings. I'm really excited about the potential of the redevelopment of Paseo Nuevo. This is generational. I think we all recognize that. And because it's generational, we need to get it right. And it's just so important, not just to us, but to the whole community. And the community's been asking us pretty specifically for things, and we have communicated those to AB, and I think they have been heard. But since this is a good faith document moving forward, I feel an obligation for me to also be transparent with my good faith, what I would hope for and what I'm looking for. I think we definitely need to maximize the affordable housing in the moderate range. We need to include the consideration of the Museum of Contemporary Art, Center Stage Theater, and other cultural celebration spaces. Otherwise, this might end up appearing like a renoviction of the arts that have a home there. They've been part of this long-term lease, and if they don't have a home sort of delineated through this process, whether it's at that actual location or not, I really think it can't be a loose end that's left hanging out there. Also important to integrate paseos and open spaces. And in regard to our conversations with AB, they have indicated openness and support of all of these requests. I think so far what we haven't talked about is meeting with the Housing Authority to see what could work. I think it's really compelling to think that Housing Authority could possibly achieve more affordable housing for us by leveraging other funding sources, and also potentially stay within potentially the charter height limit. I think it's worth exploring. I'm very uncomfortable with writing into this agreement at this stage about state bonus density. There's a notable lack of specificity on everything else to allow for the what if and what may be, and to really wait and see what the project is. So it continues to trouble me that we would write into this document that there will be state bonus density and that we think it's going to go to 7 stories. That just seems, without having talked with the Housing Authority, without having talked with other partnerships, without having seen what these council direction seems to be, coming back with options, it seems premature to put that in the document that we're going to use state bonus density. And state bonus density gives us decreased housing affordability. So I just am so uncomfortable with being tied in with that. And in all of our discussions up until this point, that hasn't been part of the discussions, at least that I've been a part of. So I'm sticking on that, even though I'm so excited about moving forward and seeing the potential of what these could be. It's as I say, it's confusing to me that there would be specificity on that, while such an effort to have lack of specificity on everything else, including community arts or including, working with the housing authority. So I'd rather have either or. If we're going to have that level of specificity, let's have the specificity for everything else. Or if we're not going to have that level of specificity, let's leave off the presumption about state bonus density. Other than that, I just think this is incredible opportunity. Very excited about the partnership with AB. I believe it's a genuine partnership. I just really want to ask my colleagues and ask again if that reference to the 7 stories and state bonus density really has to be in there at this open-ended stage of just starting good faith negotiation.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, my comments, excuse me, are really going to echo pretty much everything that we've heard from my colleagues thus far. We had a lot of public comment, both via email and then, of course, today, that expressed a significant concern about what was coming in this project. But what was really notable to me is that almost universally, this concern also expressed genuine excitement about the possibilities. And I think, to me, that's something that sets this process, this project apart from any number of other projects that are big or transformative or have the potential to have huge impacts. The fact that there seems to be consensus around the need for housing here and the excitement for the possibilities, I think already puts us in a totally different category, and the possibilities are really positive, I think, because of that. And I also can't help but thinking, just 2 years ago, I was asked a question, I think on a local journalist podcast, are we ever going to get housing at Paseo Nuevo? And I believe, I should go back and check this, but I believe I said, no, we're not. Definitely not while I'm on council. And I had all the many myriad reasons why it was so extremely unlikely and why I was comfortable saying that. So the fact that we're even having this conversation right now is really quite unexpected and very, very exciting to me. And I appreciate that the community is really engaging with it and understanding the generational possibilities. So I do just want to highlight the same points that my colleagues have highlighted, and the reason that I think it's important to do so is to go on record about the things that are important to me, as I've done in my meetings as well. I think it can't hurt for our team and the folks at AB to hear it again and again, what we're really excited about, what excites us maybe a little bit less. For me, first and foremost is more affordability. The most that we can get at tiered income levels is something that I'm very interested in. I agree, I would love to see what exciting new potentials the Housing Authority or any of our affordable housing developer partners could come up with. And really am excited to hear from staff that they will be part of this conversation, and that undertaking this step today allows us to bring in sort of the full picture of what can be in that space. So I really look forward to that. And I know that our staff, AB, has heard the Housing Authority in particular is such a trusted partner. I'm excited for that, excited to see what's there. On that note, I do want to just point out, it was so interesting to me in the public comment today, we went from 40 affordable units to 200 to 900 affordable units, and I love that energy and excitement, but as a couple of our colleagues were, I do think we need to be really clear about what's at stake today with this action, because to me, the calculus in front of us is about whether we move forward to negotiate for housing with as much affordable as we can get versus 40-plus more years of frankly, a mall that isn't doing well under a ground lease that only costs the city money. So if we stop the train now, it's not as if we're just going to be able to catch another one. We have this existing contractual arrangement that keeps us from marketing this space. We can't go out and try to sell it. We can't give it to the housing authority, which frankly a big part of me just wants to do, but we can't. That's not, that's not an option for us. That we're even having this conversation about housing in this space, what we want to see, paseos, really uplifting the arts in our downtown is such a shocking stroke of good luck to me. I intend to do everything I can to capitalize on it for the benefit of our residents, and particularly for our whole downtown. So, lots of conversation to come. I think amending the project agreement to say anything other than it does to me, particularly as it relates to affordable housing at this point, is simply just premature. But I am very confident that we are being heard about the importance of that conversation as we move forward. Secondly, our arts and cultural institutions that are existing in that space, as well as development of new arts and cultural institutions or opportunities, is so important and is so critical to the vitality of our downtown. That's been well articulated. That is extremely important to me. And I also, finally, just want to highlight what Councilmember Jordan first brought up, and that's the opportunity to see options. One thing that stood out to me that I hope we can really clearly articulate if we are to move forward today, which I sincerely hope we do, is sort of how people are going to give the input. I mean, Mr. Henschke said something, I want to hear from folks over the sort of life of this deal. I don't want to hear from them when the DDA comes back. It's not totally clear to me where those milestones will be, that the community, that we have opportunity. I am confident the meetings will continue. You all have been so good about proactively having those meetings, but I do think that it behooves us, given particularly how much excitement and energy there is around this concept, that we don't just have it go to some of the committees and commissions and then have it come back at the DDA phase. Let's maybe think about regular check-ins so that the community can stay abreast of how this is evolving over time. So we can hear from Mr. Fredericks and his team about what he's learned, what excites him, what's not going to work, whether 900 is possible or, we'll always remember that as something that we wish could be real. So that I would really love to see, and I think that'll be important for the community to feel like they are part of this negotiating process as well. Ultimately, the 7 of us will vote, but we are here representing the community of Santa Barbara, and I want them to have a seat at the table in as much and as formal a capacity as the 7 of us do. And then finally, just to respond to the question that was last brought up with regard to specifically calling out the state bonus density, I do understand, I guess, sort of the disconnect between having that specifically identified and having some of these other elements left up in the air. My read was actually a little bit different. I was happy that it was called out because to me it seemed almost like an openness about, I don't like using this phrase, but a worst case scenario. Like let's know what's truly on the table and then we can go from there. So I don't have a problem with it. I didn't see at all or understand it in any way to it be holding us, that it would hold us to anything, but rather as simply an attempt to be totally transparent about what rules and laws exist and how that could impact this project. So personally, I'm comfortable with it, and I really appreciate all the work that has gone into bringing us to this point. And look, there's way more work to come. So thank you in advance, and excited to see what can evolve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very happy that we are going to be voting. I'm for this proposal, and I think our entire city can't afford that lot to just be vacant and sitting there. I have heard the community concerns, and I am very supportive of the arts in our city, and I think having those conversations with the developers, so far the conversations that I've had, they've been very mindful of the dynamics and what makes this city the unique city that it is. It is important to address concerns as possible while maintaining an understanding that this project can be very complex. So I don't want to give the developers so much restriction where we might scare them off. Building housing in the state of California, especially in this city, can be very difficult. And we have a great opportunity now to finally have housing in the downtown area. And I think after COVID, there's been many conversations of why don't we have housing downtown? Well, now we have that opportunity. I think our housing element also provides a really good example of how we do need the private developers to build that housing. Government has a role, but it doesn't have that significant percentage that the private developers have in the city. And so we have to start creating a partnership with them. And our needs as politicians might not align, but we need to start seeing the future of the city. And instead of creating a narrative out there that we're not willing to sit at the table and negotiate for the future of the city and to have more housing downtown, I think this partnership that we're going to do with the developers is our first step to start building the housing that we need in Santa Barbara. I've heard the comments about working with the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority has been a great partnership in the city. And if the developer says, hey, I can take on this project on my own, I don't want to scare them off, but there's the in lieu fees that developers pay, right? And maybe we can use those in lieu fees to give to the Housing Authority so they can build housing project that will address the needs for that missing middle, which are housing our teachers, law enforcement, nurses. So there's a lot of ideas that we can come together in partnership as a city. And I just want to say that I am very in favor of what we have in front of us today. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, as I said before, too early to go out and start picking out the curtains just yet. What we have in common with AB is we both share a lot of risk. And our risk is having the thing encumbered for 41 years. We have an annual negative cash flow of hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've got a structural negative that's in this paper negative to do with a parking lot. It's pretty arcane. AB, on the other hand, is down $120 million and bleeding every day the place is open. So we both have an incentive to move this thing forward as expeditiously as possible. It's great we're having this conversation, but in case anybody didn't notice, we just re-upped our consultant contract, and they're over there taking notes like crazy. They know every little detail that we want, and they are communicating that to AB. There's nothing that we've said today that AB doesn't know, nothing that's said today that our consultants can't help put a reality check to. Ms. Gutierrez pointed out in lieu fees. There's possibilities of that. It could be other projects have done off-site alternative projects. Who knows? Whatever it takes to get this to the finish line is going to benefit everyone. Activating the Ortega facade, activating Chapala Street facade with a reduced but smaller retail spaces is going to be huge for the activity downtown with the housing on top of that. Restriction of this big retail is exactly kind of what we need. We went big back in the day, back when it was good, and it was good for a long time, but that ship has sailed. So there's a lot of stuff we have in common as partners, but it's not a zero-sum game. It really is something we're going to row towards the same shore and hopefully get there soon. We do have this encumbered, so we don't have the ability to do whatever we want at any time we want. And we have a big risk of owning this property into oblivion if we don't move and do something. Doesn't mean we have to give away the farm, but I don't see it that way. I see a partnership moving forward. I see common interests. Both sides want to get rid of the risk as soon as we can. And the big upside for us is the vitality, the tax revenues, and having housing downtown is really I don't care what we do with any kind of designs or architects, whatever, that's going to be the light switch that turns the downtown back on. So I'm definitely moving forward with this, and as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing not to move forward with at this point because we're really just getting the game started more than anything. So I do appreciate the conversation. I do have faith in our experts, our professionals that are working with us right now, and I think we're going to go forward. And like I said, nobody has an incentive to drag their heels. We all have to get there as fast as we can. So with that, I'm going to entertain Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll step out on the plank and make the motion to approve, to move this item A and B according to the staff recommendations.
Second.
Second.
I think Ms. Gutierrez beat you to the punch, so seconded by Ms. Gutierrez. Thank you. And any further discussion on the motion? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. I just want to re-ask the question in the wording of that bullet point when it says will be 2 to 7 stories. Is this saying that it will be 7 stories?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, no.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion or questions? Would you go ahead and put the vote
Yes, this
board up?
is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for the staff recommendations. Please go
Correct.
ahead and vote.
And on Super Tuesday, we are unanimous. Thank you very much. Well done. Nice job. Okay. What's that?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to take a break for a few
Is that
small
what you guys
break?
like to do? I guess we're going to take a break. Back at 5:20, please. We've got 2 more items to roll through here, I think, right?
Who did 2 more items?
item to read.
Item number 14, subject legislative update to City Council.
Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Barbara Anderson, Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, and my colleague Brandon Bodette and I are charged with overseeing the city's legislative platform. Last year, we retained Townsend Public Affairs to represent the city's interests and policy priorities in Sacramento. This team has been working diligently on our behalf to monitor priority legislation, provide us timely updates on the state budgeting process, as well as keeping us informed of how current and proposed ballot initiatives could impact the city's fiscal outlook. We are grateful to be working with such an experienced team and invited them this afternoon to share a legislative update as we plan for more robust advocacy efforts during this legislative session. So we have lost Casey Elliott, our Vice President of Townsend Public Affairs, because it is election night, folks, a reminder. But Carly Shelby and Eric O'Donnell, who's been working closely with council as well as city staff and leadership, are here this evening to present the update. So now I'll turn it over to both of them.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Barbara. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Carly Shelby, I'm joined with my colleague Eric O'Donnell here to provide a legislative update. So if we could get the PowerPoint going, we will jump into things. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, okay. So just to provide you all with an overview of our presentation today, we'll get into some budget updates, go into some priority bills that we're advocating on behalf of the city's interests, go into some ballot updates as it pertains to both the March primary and the November general elections. And then we will provide an overview of what we're looking forward to for the rest of this session. So next slide, please. So getting into some budget updates. The January budget proposal, as proposed by the governor in early January, estimated a $37.9 billion deficit due to unprecedented tax return delays and stock market declines. As we've stated before, the state has a very progressive tax structure, which means that our returns and our ability to see increased revenue really depends on our high income earners within the state. So the deficit is still up to disagreements between various organizations that kind of look at the fiscal outlook for the state. So the Legislative Analyst Office estimators, which is a nonpartisan fiscal agent within the state, has actually updated estimates to suggest a $73 billion shortfall, which is about $15 billion more than they originally estimated in early January. So there are differences between what the Department of Finance thinks and what the Legislative Analyst Office thinks, but it's safe to say that now we are experiencing quite a major deficit. We still have some additional time to see if that will change. The Department of Finance has noted that the state is still forecast to see more than $51 billion in income and corporate tax receipts. And so that picture could change. But right now, it's very different from previous years. You know, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had a $100 billion surplus. And now we're kind of dipping down. And again, that's kind of the symptom of our progressive tax structure. So the governor in his January budget proposal proposed spending cuts, deferrals, shifts, and dipping into our reserve funds to mitigate those deficit risks. And really, you know, his January budget proposal kicks off this call and response process between his administration and the two houses within the legislature as they kind of negotiate and figure out their ideal budget priorities before they enact a budget later on this year. So next slide, please. Getting into some of the proposed budget balancing tactics that we saw within the governor's proposed budget. He is seeking to use $14 billion in reserve funding, which would actually require him to authorize a fiscal state of emergency in order to dip into our, I believe it's over $28 billion of reserve funds at this moment. So he is seeking to utilize about half of those to mitigate these deficit risks. And then we see $8.5 billion in reductions of general fund spending, $5.9 billion in internal revenue borrowing just between various accounts. And then we have $5.1 billion in proposed funding delays, $3.4 billion in fund shifts between accounts. And then the real kicker here is this $2.1 billion in deferrals. So the difference between delay and deferral is a delay is a promise at a later date, and a deferral in this instance is we're cutting it until further notice. Next slide, please. So getting into kind of the timing process and other considerations as we look into this challenging year. Right now, we're in the budget deliberation period within the process. So various budget subcommittees are holding policy committee hearings to understand the impacts of the governor's proposed budget and kind of counter it with their own priorities. In May, we see the May revision of the January budget proposal as proposed by the governor's administration. And this is really just incorporating those tax receipts and those dollars that we see after the April tax season to give us a clearer picture of where we stand. And then by June 15th, that marks the deadline for the legislature to approve a budget bill. Typically what we've seen though in the past is that this constitutional deadline really serves as a benchmark to pass more or less a skeletal version of a budget act that will be subsequently amended in the later months. So July through August is really where we see the action. We see a lot of budget trailer bill proposals, potential earmarks if there are any this year. And other considerations that we want to make you aware of are there still are quite a few bond proposals that we're actively working on behalf of the city's interests. This includes a climate bond, for energy, parks, open space, clean water, sea level rise adaptation funding. We have a housing bond, which we're hoping to move past the finish line with the blessing of the legislature. And then we have a school facilities bond, which is actually really key to keeping those developer fees or developer fees that developers charge, not local governments charge, low, because the past school facilities bond did not pass in 2020. And then as I stated before, our April tax receipts could reveal a more positive outcome. And then we do have really strong reserve accounts due to careful spending practices over the past decade. So we're in a very different situation than we were in 2008 during the Great Recession. And I will also add to that we have put forward a series of state budget requests to our members. We are advocating for those if there are potential opportunities in the budget. But right now, things are looking a little more or less grim with the growing deficit. So now getting into priority legislation. These are some emerging themes that we've seen. And again, we're at the second year of the 2-year session. We're in the third month. So we just got all of our bill introductions in terms of new vehicles. There's still opportunities for members to get an amend some of those spot vehicles with new language. But these are really the themes that we've been seeing and that we've been keeping a close eye on and are advocating on behalf of the city's interests. And this includes organized theft and fentanyl use prevention, which includes Prop 47 reforms. This is also includes housing affordability and coastal land use practices, electric bicycle safety, and environmental quality. Next slide, please. So on organized theft and fentanyl use prevention, as we discussed during our pre-2024 legislative session or strategy meeting earlier this year, reforms to decrease organized theft occurrences are a major issue this year. The legislature formed a select committee on organized theft to explore solutions and determine these priorities. And so far, there have emerged 2 camps. And there are members that want constitutional changes via Prop 47 reforms, which really wants to reform those dollar threshold amounts and increase penalties for aggregate crimes. And then we have the other camp, which are those who want to explore more creative loopholes to reduce theft crimes without adding to the penal code. So AB 1794 by Assemblymember McCarty and SB 22 by Umberg are 2 major proposals that seek to do what the first camp wants, which are those constitutional Prop 47 reforms. Both of these bills are still in spot form, but we wanted to flag them because both of these authors have been real leaders in this space. Assemblymember McCarty is the new public safety chair, and we have been told that this measure is one to watch. So we're interested to see this language work with the author's office and see if there are opportunities for us to weigh in. And then SB 905 by Senator Weiner is a great example of the other camp, which are those who are trying to kind of find those creative solutions to reduce theft crimes without those hard constitutional reforms. So this bill would create a new and separate crime for forcibly entering a vehicle, punishable by either a misdemeanor or a felony. What we've seen is that for vehicle burglaries, in order to establish a crime, the vehicle owner needs to prove that they have locked their door previous to when the theft occurred. And so it's really hard to prove, I guess, unless you have Tesla technology or something where you can have those receipts on your phone. But for the most part, these crimes have been very hard to prosecute. So this is a good bill to support and one that our local government teams are watching. And so I'm going to turn it over to Eric to talk about housing affordability and coastal land use.
Thank you, Carly, and good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Eric O'Donnell here. Good to see everyone again. As Carly mentioned during our legislative strategy meeting last year, we talked a little bit about housing affordability and how we thought that was going to be Sacramento's effort this year, where the last several years have been housing streamlining. So you've probably been very familiar with housing streamlining bills all the way from SB 35 to SB 50 to SB 9, really trying to streamline the production of housing, regardless of what zones they're in. This year, we've seen a noticeable switch from that mentality in Sacramento into more of a housing affordability camp. Unfortunately, for local governments, the housing affordability camp can, refer to impact fees. So we've already seen a couple different bills introduced this year around the edges of impact fees, including SB 937 by Senator Weiner, which, in my opinion, is more of a stopgap measure for our inflation rates being so high right now and how it affects building. But essentially, 937 does two things. It delays the payment of development fees that local governments charge until the certificate of occupancy is issued. So it really could delay those fees coming to city coffers for several years, depending on where that project is in the process of permitting and when those fees are due. As well as the second thing this bill does is it does extend existing entitlements that projects have right now. If they were able to be entitled prior to January 1 of this year, there's a 18-month blanket extension on those entitlements that cities would have to offer, again, as a way to hopefully wait out the high inflation rates that we're currently in, and hopefully inflation and the interest rates can come down and allow these projects to be a little bit more affordable in the future. So really an attempt at Sacramento to try to make the pre-development costs and the impact fee costs on the developer side easier on the front end, as well as to save some money on housing construction. Additionally, SB 1212 by Senator Skinner, who is now the Senate Housing Chair, is an interesting bill that you've probably seen some headlines on in the news. This in California bars hedge funds and or other corporate investment firms from buying single family homes and duplexes in California. There's been reports of these privatized investment firms that own a lot of the housing stock in California, and they are responsible in part for driving prices up and keeping supply low. So this bill would make that illegal in California should it pass in the future. Moving on to coastal zone reform and coastal land use, SB 951 by Senator Weiner, again, who is the senator in San Francisco, is an interesting bill. It's really a compromise bill that understands the limitations of the Coastal Commission and the frustrations that local governments have had with the Coastal Commission by removing the Coastal Commission's ability to appeal certain developments if they conform with an LCP at the time of its passage. So that's a good thing for local governments to be able to have some certainty in that process, to not be delayed in potential appeals for developments that are already approved in the LCP. However, the stick of that, if that's the carrot, the stick of that is that the bill does require that all LCP updates have to be done in tandem with housing element updates or rezonings. So if you are going to rezone in the coastal zone, you have to update the LCP at the exact same time, so that you have the ability to have some certainty on the appeal process. So kind of a twofold approach there to balance out what's the frustrations at Coastal Commission regarding timing. And then on coastal density bonuses, this is an interesting bill that Carly and I are are really watching closely. When we met with city staff and the community development team, one of the major concerns we heard was the lack of clarity between the housing law and the Coastal Act. And so there's a lot of bills being passed right now in Sacramento that amend how housing's built, streamlining everything we've been talking about. However, the Coastal Act can often interact with the housing law, but it is not always clear which one supersedes the other. So very simply, AB 2560 is not a complicated bill. It clarifies that density bonus law concessions supersede the Coastal Act and can and have to be permitted regardless of whether or not you're in the coastal zone. So in speaking with your staff, all of these clarification bills are beneficial in terms of a knowledge base and having an understanding when you have developers and applications come to City Hall. It's not necessarily picking a side one way or another. It's just having that clarity to be able to operate efficiently for your residents. And I'll throw it back to Carly for to talk about e-bikes really quick.
Sorry, it's muted. E-bikes, we're really pleased to say that the legislature has been listening to the local need for e-bike safety reforms. So these are kind of a flavor of the top bills that we're working on actively on behalf of the city's interests. However, we know that there could be more based off of amendments that could happen within the future. So on local authority, AB 1773 by Assemblymember Dixon restores local authority to be able to regulate the use of e-bikes on public boardwalks. This authority was previously stripped in the Bike Omnibus Bill of 2022, which basically said that cities could either allow them or prohibit them altogether. So this bill restores that gray area regulatory authority. And then on age restrictions, AB 1778 by Assemblymember Connolly prohibits children aged under 16 from operating a Class 2 electric bicycle, which is the second fastest class under Class 3. Current law actually prohibits children under 16 from operating a Class 3 electric bicycle, so this is just an extension of that provision across another class. And then on education and permitting, AB 2234 by Assemblymember Borner has several major components. The first is that it would require children over the age of 12 and without a valid driver's license, so that 12 to 16 area, to complete an e-bike safety training course, and would essentially require them to obtain a permit verifying their participation in that course. It would additionally ban all children under the age of 12 from operating any class of e-bikes altogether, and would hold parents liable for traffic violations. There is spot language included in the bill now that also says that for those families that may be of low income, instead of having a monetary infraction or something that they would need to pay, there are diversion programs such as community service or education that the author is exploring as an alternative to that. And then on battery safety, this is actually an interesting issue area that we were exploring last year as it pertained to the battery safety on some of these devices, both on e-bikes and electric scooters. They're very prone to combustion. So Senate Bill 1271 by Senator Min prohibits the distribution of an electric bicycle or a similar device unless the battery has been tested and it meets certain tests for storage safety. We've seen a lot of these bikes that are manufactured overseas and that are shipped for personal use. They have very combustible batteries that makes their storage really dangerous. So we think that this adds another regulatory element to the entire e-bike safety reform regime. And then I'm going to kick it back over to Eric to discuss environmental quality bills.
Cool, thank you, Carly. Just a couple here for the council's education. There is a vessel speed reduction bill by our Assemblymember Hart when it comes to large vessels over 300 tons. It requires the Ocean Protection Council to establish a voluntary speed reduction program to evaluate the effects of reducing the vessel speed in the ocean when it comes to pollution and then fatal strikes on aquatic life, as well as the impacts to other aquatic life. Like I said, it is a voluntary program that is being set up, a voluntary to participate, and the OPC is looking into incentives for these manufacturers and operators to voluntarily reduce their speed. When it comes to plastic reduction, Assemblymember Hart also has a bill that is titled the Reducing Toxins in Packaging Act. What it does is it prohibits prohibits a person from manufacturing or selling any plastic packaging that contains PFAS or PVC chemicals. We've seen certain bans like this in the past when it comes to food packaging or cookware. But I think the main difference here is that AB 271, interestingly enough, gives cities the authority to issue their own civil penalties, up to $500 for the first violation and $2,000 for third and subsequent violations, which is an interesting take on being able to enforce something like this. That is definitely different than a statewide attorney general approach, which is also included, but giving cities the authority is an interesting pivot. And then PFAS remediation, SB 903 by Senator Skinner. This is a California Association of Sanitation Agencies sponsored bill. So you might know that PFAS has been a major issue in California when it comes to drinking water contamination and potentially wastewater treatment stream contamination. This has been done in piecemeal approach the last several years. So every year you see several bills that try to ban PFAS in certain products one by one. So we've seen fire foam, cosmetics, food packaging, menstrual products. Some of those bills passed by the governor and signed last year. Several of them were famously vetoed with a message that said that the governor was through doing a product by product approach on this. So CASA is coming back trying to get a non-essential uses ban statewide. So anything that is not essential or cannot be replaced with anything will be banned for prohibiting the sale and distribution of that product to hopefully keep it out of our environment. Carly, you want to talk about ballot updates?
Yep, and the next slide, and we'll get through this quickly. Ballot updates. As we know, it's Super Tuesday. The March primary ballot only has one measure on it, and that is Proposition 1, which is the $6.38 billion bond for the construction and operations of behavioral health treatment facilities throughout the state. There also is a component to reform the Mental Health Services Act to broaden that target population and restructure funding to support housing development. On the November general, as we've stated before, it's a very busy ballot. One of the things that we wanted to focus on was just the number of proposals that have massive implications on local and state taxation and revenue generation regimes. And so that includes the Taxpayer Production and Government Accountability Act. And then we have Assembly Constitutional Amendment 1, which lowers that voter threshold to 55% for the passage of local general obligation bonds. The remaining notes that I have here pertaining to Prop 47 reforms, local rent control, Public Records Act are really in the circulation phase right now. So we will be providing you all with additional information as we get into the spring months once we see those circulation data. So we can move on to the next slide. So just to give you kind of a highlight as we look into this major measure, it has a changing status and major impacts to local governments. I'm sure we're all very aware of the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. It's technically been around since 2020 because the proponents originally desired to have it on the 2022 ballots. So just a quick refresher on what this measure does. It raises the voter threshold for all local voter initiatives from a simple majority to 2/3 votes. It bifurcates taxes from exempt charges, which are fees, and imposes stringent transparency requirements on their use and longevity. And then we have this requirement that fees cannot exceed actual costs. So it really raises the evidentiary standard. Lots of legal and litigation challenges here. And in addition, and probably most notably, the measure retroactively cancels all revenue measures passed on or after January 1st of 2021, unless they are reinstated under the measure's new provisions. So just to give you a status update, next slide, please. So it is qualified for the November 2024 ballots. As we discussed, ACA 13 by Assemblymember Ward is kind of that interesting measure to challenge its validity on the ballot. ACA 13 basically says that any attempt to raise voter thresholds for future measures must pass by that same voter threshold. So in this case, if ACA 13 receives more votes than the Taxpayer Protection Act on the November ballot, then it would impose that 2/3 vote requirement on the Taxpayer Protection Act, because the act seeks to raise all voter thresholds at the local level to a 2/3 vote. So we're still seeing whether or not the legislature will put forward another amendment or another bill to that to thwart kind of halt the attempt of the California Business Roundtable to move this measure forward. We know that they have a lot of fundraising, a lot of dollars behind this measure. However, there are a lot of challenges behind it. So the governor and the legislature initiated a legal challenge via a writ of mandate proceeding to the Supreme Court. They will be hearing that early next month, I believe. So we will have some additional details to share on that. We know that former Governor Jerry Brown did just file an amicus brief along with the League of California Cities and other local government, labor, and public safety organizations in opposition to the measure. So any potential legislative deal or an initiative deal must be finalized by June. Next slide, please. And then just getting into the timeline and process as we look forward for the ballot. So legislative initiatives, and this includes our climate bond, housing bond, and other statewide revenue measures that we're supporting, must be approved and sent to the Secretary of State prior to the 131-day timeline before the election. So in this case, that's June 27th of this year. Signatures required for the initiative statutes hovered around 500,000, and then signatures for initiative constitutional amendments hover close to 900,000 signatures. So again, as I said before, we're going to look at those signature gathering data points as they emerge over the next few weeks to see which measures are really going to be moving forward and which measures aren't. So initiative proponents, this includes the Taxpayer Protection Act, can still remove initiatives before that June deadline. So we could see one or more of these major tax measures pulled entirely from the ballot before November. So yeah, we're still more to come. And then I'll turn to Eric.
Thanks, Carly. And then just wrapping up here for the evening, we wanted to let you know that we do have regular check-in meetings with your city staff and the city administrator's office to make sure we're staying on top of the city's priorities and messaging information back to the city. As well as, like Carly said, our state budget advocacy continues to be our #1 priority to hopefully steer some funding from Sacramento to the city of Santa Barbara. And then our federal community project funding we haven't talked about yet, but it is a practice that our firm has a lot of experience in. So we have offered some help to the city to be able to message projects with your congressional members and make sure that the city is submitting thoughtful projects for that community funding project process. That is opening up this month. So we've sent some information back to the city about projects that we feel would be best suited for this funding opportunity. And then we do give consistent reports and updates based on day-to-day, minute-to-minute action in Sacramento, being on the ground. We are also planning a Sacramento advocacy trip in April. So we're working on finalizing our agenda and our schedule for that with city staff and council. And then, as always, we are always working on relationship development with your delegation, who love Santa Barbara very much in Sacramento, I will say, as well as leadership in the Senate Assembly and the governor's office. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. I'll make these quick. One, is there anything to do with insurance reform, fire insurance in particular, people being dropped, or any kind of insurance? That's one question.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the insurance bills that we're looking at right now are still in their spot and intent form. There are some leaders in the insurance space, which include Senator Susan Rubio, who's from the San Gabriel Valley area. She's the chair of the insurance committee, and she has introduced some spot measures that we're eyeing closely and are circling in with her office to learn more. The other piece to this is that the insurance regulatory rulemaking is still in the regulatory process right now. And that will determine the path forward with the FAIR plan, and then how these insurers are able to utilize catastrophic modeling in order to set rates. So we're hoping to get some movement on legislation this year. I don't have tangible updates for you, but I will very soon, because those amendments should be coming soon. So we'll be sure to send you all a comprehensive update of those proposals.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I love using catastrophic modeling to set rates, given our local history, but that's good update. And then just a general question. So I think you answered it, but how are we interfacing and advocating for ourselves? It's mostly letters and then the April advocacy. So sort of when we've heard from legislators that they're not hearing from the city of Santa Barbara, what is the mechanism and who is doing that communication?
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Sneddon and Eric, I see you jumping in. I just wanted to first clarify. One is, our advocacy position letters have increased substantially with the support of Townsend in alignment with our legislative platform, and that we're not just sending advocacy if we oppose legislation, but absolutely in support. And we know that Sacramento wants to hear that, especially our legislators from our region. And our relationship building is evolving rapidly. So Eric, I'll turn it over to you in terms of your engagement with our legislators and their staff.
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. That was exactly what I was going to say. I think the advocacy has really taken a different level this year. When Carly and I walk into their offices in Sacramento, they know us, and they know us as Santa Barbara's lobbyists in Sacramento. And I think that's really important for advocating your positions and making sure that line of communication is open. Because, like I said, they do care deeply about what Santa Barbara wants, and sometimes without that effective communication middleman, it's really difficult to get that message across.
Thank you. It's my sense that the advocacy's gone up, and that's really helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Well, thank you, Eric, Carly. Great to hear the presentation and appreciate all the work you're doing. It's night and day compared to where we were. So just wanted to get that out there. And so I just had one question. It's just kind of a follow-up to, I guess it's AB 2560, the coastal density bonuses. And on clarifying that state bonus density law supersedes the Coastal Act. I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion up there on, since the Coastal Act was enacted by the people of the state of California through the voter initiative, how that plays in if there's a conflict versus something that wasn't voter approved, because that seems to be a very strong threshold on coastal protections that's been in place, in whether or not there would be implications on the Coastal Act. Other aspects of it. I'm just trying to understand that, Bill.
That's a great question. Not being a constitutional attorney, I might be not the best situated to answer that question, other than to say it's our interpretation that if a bill makes it into print this way, and it looks like it will be heard, that Leg Council at the state has taken a look at it, who are the lawyers of the legislature, and who have determined that it is legal to have this bill, if that makes sense, and based of the Constitution. But our and maybe I'll see if Carly has anything to add, but when it comes to Housing Act versus Coastal Act, it's really been a judicial interpretation for most of it, as opposed to needing to go, a conversation about needing to go back to the people to clarify it, which I don't know if I've heard yet as an option.
Thank you. I was just wondering if that was up there. I am glad either way that it would be resolved, because it does put us in a weird, strange position to be having opposing mandates from two different agencies that we're required to follow. So thanks for tracking that one for us.
Ms. Harmon.
And what we've heard from your staff, by the way, is that they, like I said, they're not advocating for either way. They just need the clarification so that they can help your residents and builders in the community understand the differences.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and thank you, Councilmember Friedman. That was going to be my other question, but specifically on SB 951, are we taking a position that we support it, or I guess that's really what I want clarity around. The reason I ask is obviously the other part to this bill is that it is exempting portions of the coastal zone in San Francisco from the Coastal Act. And while there may be really important streamlining effects from this, I think it also is a very, very risky precedent to set to exempt coastal areas from the Coastal Act for many reasons, not least of which that the Coastal Act was passed by a vote of the people. So are we taking a support position, or are we not weighing in? Because if we are taking a support position, I would suggest we might want to consider that further.
We have not taken any position yet, nor was it the plan to take any tonight, but I'll turn it over to Barbara if she wanted to add anything to that.
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Herman, this is absolutely why Townsend's updating us if we want to take a position. So it really is up to the legislative committee and council to provide that direction. Yeah.
Thank you. I would just say, for my colleagues' knowledge, the Coastal Commission voted unanimously to not support this bill unless amended specifically for the risks that it poses to the coastal zone throughout the state if we begin to carve out areas from the jurisdiction of the Coastal Act. So, thank you.
All right, very good. Are there any speakers online for this?
There are no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, this was an update, not an action item, I don't think, right? So, thank you very much. Sorry I missed you back in DC, Eric, but maybe next time.
Next time.
Okay, we can read the next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Item number 15, subject fiscal year 2024 second quarter review resolution. Recommendation D, that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the position salary control resolution number 23-081 for fiscal year 2024. The Human Resources Department requests council approval for the following adjustments, including the following position changes and the corresponding salary document updates.
Mr. DiMartini.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini. I'm the city's finance director, and I'm here with Ms. Natalie Licoli, the city's controller. And it is our pleasure to present a very high-level overview of the mid-year update at Q2. We actually covered a lot of this content earlier this morning with the budget work session, so I'm going to go very quickly through these slides and just get to the actions before City Council today. This is the objective of today's presentation, which the clerk just read. The agenda for today is to give a quick overview of the general fund, where we stand through 6 months of actuals, and then what our projection is going forward. Quick update on the enterprise funds. We do have a number of proposed budget adjustments that is detailed in I believe it's attachment 3 to your council agenda report today. And then there are also a couple of position changes, which is new to this quarterly report, and I'll explain that a little bit further. And then of course, take questions, public comment, and discussion. This is the Q2 update. We give a quarterly update to the Finance Committee and the City Council. We also prepare monthly financial statements, and then we plan to report on the full fiscal year's worth of activity in December. We typically provide this presentation to the Finance Committee only, but at mid-year, it was the direction to come to full City Council. Happy to do that going forward, or also go back to Finance Committee, whatever the Council chooses. So let's talk at a very high level, an overview of the city's general fund. This table here summarizes the actual revenues that we have received to date through Q2, just over $80 million, and where we are projecting to come in at the end of the fiscal year. And it also summarizes where we project to come in on the expenditures. We do have the adopted budget did call for a deficit of about $2.9 million. At this time, staff is projecting a deficit just a little bit higher than that, at about $3.8 million. Again, mostly due to some of the sluggish tax revenue that has been coming in thus far in the current fiscal year, and also expenditures continuing where they are. It's important to note that we do have 2 lines on here in regards to expenditure carryover from prior fiscal year. I'm going to talk about that in the next couple of slides as to why that's important and what that trending looks like. This table here summarizes where we are with Measure C. This is our district sales tax fund that goes to fund many critical capital projects throughout the city. In prior years, we did accumulate some additional Measure C revenue when the economy rebounded very strongly post-COVID. That revenue was more than what was budgeted. So what we did in the adopted budget for fiscal year 2024 was appropriate that cash that had accumulated in the fund and also the projection of new revenue coming in fiscal year 24. That's why you see expenditures hovering around 46 million, using about $15 million worth of money that was sitting in the fund prior to the fiscal year starting. So let's talk about carry forwards a little bit. This is more of a technical governmental accounting thing that does occur every year. And what this process does is we carry forward expenditure appropriation from the prior fiscal year into the current fiscal year when those commitments are continuing. A good example of that is the short-term rental enforcement program, where council took an action to start that pilot program. We didn't spend much of that $1.1 million last fiscal year, so we carried forward that expenditure appropriation into fiscal year 2024 so that we can continue with that program. All of our contractual obligations are the same way. We carry that money forward. And we went ahead and graphed the trend of our expenditure carry forwards over the last 9 years, and you can see that the amount of carry forward has grown fairly substantially over the past 2 years. And that is a factor of a couple things, which primarily include just the amount of work that are on staff's plates and the number of vacancies that we've had over the past couple of years, sort of the ability to continue to make progress on all of those contractual obligations. The short-term rental enforcement program I call out specifically because that was sort of a late action that was taken in fiscal year 2023, having to carry that forward. And then also all of the American Rescue Plan Act projects that were appropriated by the City Council. This was with the second tranche of ARPA funding. Those were all allocated to really specific programs and projects, many of which would have been typically funded by the general fund. So the ARPA money comes into the general fund, and then we carry that appropriation forward to go ahead and continue working on those programs and initiatives. So this is a trend that was worth calling out to City Council so that you are aware that we have to use prior year revenue that falls to reserves to be able to fund those programs going forward into the next fiscal year and so on. I'm now going to go fairly quickly through the rest of the slides because we kind of talked about them already. This slide summarizes the trend of our revenues. Again, our taxes coming in about where we budgeted on an overall basis, with property tax coming in a little bit better and the other taxes coming in a little bit lighter. This graph here summarizes our revised budget for those taxes, how much we've collected to date in blue, and then where we're projecting to come in for the remainder of the fiscal year in green. Let's talk about the short-term rental enforcement program just a bit. We talked about it earlier. This data is just for the first 6 months of fiscal year 2024. Again, that program began prior to that, and we've actually collected money through January, February, and now into March. So this just represents the 6 months worth of actual activity to date. We've reached 24 settlements and have brought in more than $260,000 just in that 6-month period. Moving on to expenditures, the adopted budget has grown year over year, and we did implement a number of targeted expenditure reductions to help balance the budget in fiscal year 2024. And this slide and the next slide summarize by department where the expenditures are coming in. The vast majority of departments are coming in within their budget. It's notable here that the fire department is projecting to actually exceed their budget at this time due to additional need for overtime with staff vacancies and other staffing issues. And also the baseline for their overtime in the adopted budget was a little bit low. And so we will need to monitor that throughout the year, potentially request a budget adjustment in Q3. But overall, general fund expenditures are projected to come in basically just under the revised budget of $233 million at fiscal year end. This graph here summarizes where the revised budget is for all of these departments and programs and what we've spent to date and where we plan to spend throughout the rest of the year. And then the impact on reserves. This table only goes through the end of fiscal year 2023. We'll work on a projection for fiscal year 2024 as we move through the fiscal year, again, having to dip into our reserves in fiscal year 23 as we did. This table also shows the impact of the self-insurance fund being underfunded and what responsibility the general fund has on that underfunded position towards the bottom. So now on the enterprise slide, I won't go into any detail other than to say that these enterprises are all coming in within the budget parameters of both revenues and expenditures. This slide lists solid waste, clean energy, water, and wastewater. And then this slide lists out the airport, waterfront, golf, and downtown parking. And on slide 21, I'll just highlight here that the only fund that has an ending reserve balance being projected below the reserve policy target is the downtown parking fund, which again we spoke about a little bit earlier today, and we will be closely monitoring that fund as we move forward. There are two actions before the council today. One is to approve of the proposed budget adjustments that are detailed in attachment 3 of your packet. So I won't go into any detail on these right here, other than they're detailed in your packet. And then the other action before you today is to approve of a number of position changes. So in prior actions of the council, there was an individual council agenda report with individual position changes that would occur throughout the year. Staff is going to package those together with our quarterly report to the city council so that you can receive it holistically and then take one large action to approve those changes as well. These changes are detailed in the council agenda report and in the subsequent attachments as well. Those position changes are noted here on slide 26. So again, this slide reiterates staff's recommendation before you this afternoon, and that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Questions from council?
3 minutes is up.
Yeah. Can you do that every time? Questions from council? And if not, I would entertain, there's no speakers online for this, right? I would entertain a motion. Ms. Gutierrez, okay. Motion for what?
To move staff recommendation.
And seconded by Friedman. Do we all understand the motion? And let's vote. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Council and staff communication or council member engagements. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, I attended the downtown breakfast annual award ceremony, which was really great. Great to see a lot of local businesses and people being awarded for all the good work that they do. I attended the Latino City Council caucus and got to meet and speak with a lot of other city council members who represent the Latino community from across the state. Let me see here. I participated in a neighborhood walk that went over the history of our African American community members in Santa Barbara. It was very educational. It was led by James Joyce. Attended and held several housing crisis committee meetings with council members Sneddon and Gutierrez, and got to speak to quite a few partners, community partners and stakeholders about how we can work better to address the housing crisis. And we're still working on that list that we'll present to you all sometime soon, so stay posted. Attended the McKinley reading awards held by the library, which was really fun to see the kids excited about reading. Attended the Leap Awards. That was great to see them get awarded for all the hard work they do in the community. Is this? Sorry, I go to so much stuff I forget what it is. Oh, I went to the Youth Making Change Grant Award ceremony, which was really good. Again, just great people doing great things for the community, especially with the youth. Our own youth council was awarded, which was exciting. Didn't get to go to the airplane pool, but I saw that the mayor was there, and I believe Mike Jordan as well. Don't know if you all participated, but Maybe next year we can have our own team. Let's see, and then also attended the youth council meeting. And I just want to say about the disruption that we had earlier at the beginning of the meeting during general public comment with some of those prejudice, discriminatory commenters that obviously I speaking on my own behalf, but I'm pretty sure the rest of my colleagues would agree that we don't condone any of that language here. We do have an order of operation in the way that we communicate while we're on the dais. So as much as we'd want to speak out in the moment, this is kind of like the moment we have at the end of the meeting to be able to address how we feel about certain topics. So yeah, we do live in a country that has the freedom of speech and expression, and we do our best to try to vet that the comments are relating to the issues that we have power over, and we don't encourage that kind of expression here. But sometimes there's not too much we can do to combat it. But I encourage those prejudice people to just send it to us in an email or call and leave a voicemail. Either way, it's public record, but don't subject the general public to your hatred. All right, thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, and just to say that on those comments, obviously, they're not condoned by myself or the council, but we do have to balance the First Amendment rights, and so we really look to our city attorney and our city administrator at those times on when it's appropriate to cut it off or not. That's a legal decision, actually, so we have to defer to them. So if anyone is wondering why we don't say anything at the time, I think Councilmember Gutierrez, I agree with why he said that, and it's actually a legal issue that we rely on. So just briefly, I attended the Calm organization. It was Celebrate Calm's history. I used to be a board member on there, and we had all the different board members get together throughout the over 50 years it's been around and look to the future. So it was great to see all the different decades and where the organization started from a phone in one house to an organization that's county-wide now, all that serves everybody in the county. Sustainability Committee, we met on specifically on the Ocean Protection Council draft guidelines, sea level rise guidelines, and gave some input on those for clarification and for coastal planning, and those are going to be a major update coming this year. And then participated in a Zoom hosted by Supervisor Cap's office on Goleta Beach, and it was an update on just what took place there with the spill and what is taking place going forward. And it was major, and it is being investigated by the Water Quality Control Boards, and there will be some action items that come out of that in terms of emergency policies and procedures. So more to come on that. And then also I was appointed to the Pierre Clayson's Veterans Foundation Board of Directors, so I'm going to be start attending their meetings, and I'm looking forward to that organization and the great work they do in particular on Memorial Day and Veterans Day, hosting a community-wide event, so I'm excited to participate on that board in the future.
So I was back in the National Swamp last week, and what's significant about that was I was actually helping SBCAG show for some funds, not the least of which was the SB1 funds that we're looking for to do those Cacique and Milpas underpass improvements. And Congressman Carbajal and I are going to go tour the area, and is interested in helping follow up to make sure those funds are secured. And on Saturday, yes, Team Santa Barbara City acquitted itself very well in the plane pull. Two of our participants sitting right on our wings here, so that was pretty good. And with that, we have one public comment for the end of the meeting. Or did you have something to say, Mr. Jordan? No. Good. So Anastasia Shakidanova.
That's me.
Close enough? You have 3 minutes.
Shakidanova, thank you. The time has come. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Thank you for this time. I'm really glad to be here. My name is Anastasia, and I'm here representing the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. So we are a nonprofit that's based in Santa Barbara. We've been operating for over 40 years, and we advocate for a more peaceful and just world free of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are the most urgent threat to humanity's safety, health, and prosperity, and with the ongoing wars and unstable governments worldwide, the dangers of nuclear weapons have never been more clear. And we at the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation believe in the value of engaging our local communities in the international effort to end all nuclear weapons activities. And Santa Barbara has had an amazing track record in supporting disarmament. In 2019, the city officially endorsed the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and it is so important that this work continue. And I'm here to formally invite everyone, Mr. Mayor, City Council, members of the public that are no longer here, to our event next week, March 14th, at the Santa Barbara Music Academy. We will be celebrating the legacy of our founder and former president, David Krieger, who passed away in late 2023. This event will consist of a keynote speech by Princeton professor Richard Falk, who will discuss not only the accomplishments of David Krieger, but also the global geopolitical situation as it relates to international security and nuclear weapons. We will also have beautiful musical performances and poetry readings. Afterwards, there will be a reception, which will be a great opportunity for all of you to connect with the public. I encourage everyone to attend, and you can secure a free ticket at our website, wagingpeace.org. And I have also sent all of you individual emails with more information. Your attendance would really mean a lot to me. It would mean a lot to our organization, and it would certainly mean a lot to the public in Santa Barbara and California and the US and internationally. This is an incredibly important issue, and I really hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, at 6:22, we stand adjourned.
It's at 4 p.m.